Hello, everyone. How are you guys doing today? So yeah, the reason why there is always a 3-minute ad near the start of the stream when the timer is counting down is that we don't have ads during the next hour that follows. That's the entire reason why it's made that way. Because I don't want to have pre-roll
And
ads.
it's
How's it
not
going, Noir?
bait if you're that aroused.
Jesus Christ, that's one hell of a of a soundbite to start the stream off too. You're an ad break? Ooh, that's a way to call me annoying. That actually cuts. Damn. I thought you liked me as a person, Gal. But that actually cuts. That actually cuts deep. But yeah, how's everyone doing? So today is gonna be the last day of the account reviews. There is a long queue, but should be able to get it done. Looking at what we have left over. So, assuming that some of these people I'm going to assume are not going to be here, but if I look at the queue, we should be able to finish today, actually, all of them. So, let's see. So, I know that Ragna kind of redeemed it as a meme, and he redeemed it twice, but if we look at the legit account reviews, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 genuine ones left over. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. What the fuck? But thank you. You're a couple months too late, Gal. Like, at least over a full month and a half late for that. But yeah, so just gonna wait for some of these people to manifest themselves. In the meantime, just gonna chill, chit-chat a little bit, and oh wait, I should probably try to get a better score on the main event thingy. Or 11 months early. Yeah, that's another way to look at it. Yeah, almost 11 months early, yeah. How far are you guys getting to this stupid minigame? Because I'm struggling to get high scores on this thing. It's surprisingly harder than it looks. Oh my god. Yoink, yoink. You do this. And you bring the lemon. There we go. There we go. And 2 seafoods. Oh my god. I'm so slow at these, it's so bad. It's actually embarrassing. Oh, this one is... This is just a matter of you spam as quickly as possible and you're kind of good to go. It's like a game of whack-a-mole. And that's probably like where most of my score comes from. This is not gonna be a good one though. You bring that to them while you bring this to them. And you bring this to him, and then you, and you, and you. You bring that. The skewer, you clean this up. You bring this up. I suck at this game so much. You'll forget, so happy birthday. How's it going, King? Oh, bonjour, bonjour, Dylan. How's it going? I hope you guys are having a great weekend so far. Ooh, we got the skill books, though. Okay, so the last thing that I need is just 5k more for, I just need 5k more for the last one, so it should be pretty simple. Should be quite simple to get the final rewards. Oh my god, this is bad. I'm slowing down mentally so badly. How do you guys do on this minigame? Because I'm super slow at this type of shit. I wish I could say I was good at it, but I'm like really bad. Like all the places where I get most of my score is just by spamming the shit out of these. Like that's where I get like almost the entirety of my score. That's how much I suck at this game. Yoink lemon and meat. And you bring that. You bring this to him. You bring the lobster to the dude over there. You clean up, you clean up, you clean up. And you clean up. You grab the lobster, you bring that over there. Lobster plus lemon. This one is so much harder than the... Oh, wait, what? This one is so much harder than the other one. New waitress shift, dude. I suck at this, even though I worked in... I worked part-time in restaurants and everything. But hey, at least we got all of the rewards now. So there's that. There we go. So now I only need to do the daily 1000, and I'm good to go on that front. That was fast. Maybe a little bit easier on mobile. I do feel it's a little bit easier on mobile for sure. Like on mobile, it certainly feels like it would be easier. Because you're just pressing with your fingers. Especially the spamming phase, you could kind of do it with keyboard if you memorize the keys. Because the spamming phase is probably the one part where PC has an advantage over mobile. Since mobile, you would have to like piano keys super quickly. Still outside, so ciao. Yeah, no worries, Morgan. Thanks a lot for dropping by, though. I appreciate it. Enjoy your trip to Europe, though. It sounds like you're having a lot of fun. Let's see. Yeah, what up, Sinan? Favorite waifu streamer. How's it going, Sinan? I mean, I'll take it. 2 fingers, it's easy. It's more like, does the mobile phone register if you piano keys that quickly? Because I do feel the... what's it called? The touchscreen might have limitations on how quickly you can do presses, right? Compared to like a keyboard. Though to be fair, yeah, you have your fingers, so... The thing is, for example, if you remember the rupee... Well, actually, I don't even need to tell you if you remember. It's literally in the arcade now. For those who remember playing this bullshit stupid game... the Christmas rupee minigame factory thing, which was one of the most bullshit minigames ever. Right? Where you had to do these. So what's really funny about the history of this is that this part of the golden treasures, people would macro it. People would actually macro it to have inhuman speeds of tapping these, because it's just a matter of spamming as quickly as possible. So to get the high scores, it was really mostly a matter of how quickly could you spam those keys. So you would like really fucking spam the crap out of this, and the best way to do it was to just macro it. That was like one of the early usages of macros in Nikkei. Right. And you would just like really fucking spam the crap out of this to inhuman speeds. It was so dumb. Yo, Spoons, how's it going? Wait, what are you doing awake at this time, Spoons? Lady Shady Odd Girl. I hope the weekend's been treating you alright, Spoons. Let me build a script for this. You can probably make an entire script for it, like, unironically. Oh, it does come with a cute little thing, though. That's a really cute sticker to put on your profile. And then this one as well. Categorize 2000 My god, the requirements are so dumb though. Holy fuck. Account review. Yeah, we're gonna have account reviews later. Just continue the list. I personally am more partial to this one, the Barbecue Master, than the other one. Mog was really fun. For the King was fun. Desert Rush was something else, but for me, my favorite was the Barbecue Master. Don't even know editing right now. Ooh, so we can look forward to a new video for the ASMR then. Ooh, I'm looking forward to that. Also, how's it going, Kyle? Account reviewing so Spoons and Kyle. Okay. That's 2 additions to the list. Also, how's it going, Yami? Ali gonna do ASMR? I could have Spoons teach me. No, Spoons is making videos. So for those of you who don't know Spoons, she's actually like a really fucking good ASMR streamer. And she doesn't do any of that disgusting ear licking or like weird shit. Like she does actual proper. It's weird to call it like actual proper ASMR, but she does like good ASMR. And she also has a YouTube channel. I come in for Baguette ASMR? I don't think so, yeah. Although we do have that milestone reward that we did hit, so we might have ASMR at some point. Oh boy. I remember this video game so much. It was so much fun. It was so much fun to play this. For those who remember this good old minigame, I fucking loved it so much. And after that you would enter like the spamming phase where you just get them instantly. I freaking love these minigames that we had in the summer. Oh my god. But yeah, we're gonna have to do the account reviews soon. And I remember these. It was so much fun. This one would be made like this, then this one would be like... Yeah. I'm so washed in this minigame. And it had like all of the freaking like slam dunk memes and everything. You lost so much sleep to that minigame. Yo, it was so good. I spent so much time on that stupid minigame. I would even compete with Pentlime and we would just go back and forth making fun of each other, of each other's scores. It was really stupid. We had a lot of fun with that minigame, trying to get like 12k and everything. Again, where you did not read instructions and failed at it. Yeah, how's it going, sir? Ali cooking, haven't seen that in a while. Will the girls be alright? Dude, you know I cook well. You've seen my dishes. We know each other. Like, you've seen my dishes. You know I cook well. Just the one before you sleep, then 3 hours later, still trying to beat your high score. That sounds about right. That actually does sound about right. Also, how's it going, Sineko? So I was looking at the legitimate account reviews requests and should be able to do at least all of the legit ones. So right now, the top of the list currently would be Brasco, unless Caesar manifests himself, but he has not manifested himself twice in a row. And Brasco is indeed here, so we can actually start with that. Brasco, if you're here. Also, how's it going, Levinson? Staring at me, you'll make me blush. So Brasco, if you're here, yeah, you're here. Okay. Can you DM me the email so that I can log into your account and then we can get that account review rolling? We can get that account review on the way. Just DM it to me either on Twitch or on Discord, whatever is more comfortable for you. Assuming you have the Level Infinite link, right? New waifus to Preg Doko. I mean, if the waifu that comes after Mast is one that you want to preg, I'm gonna put you on the list. I'll just say that much. If the next waifu that is on the list of the ones that are going to come up, you want to preg, I'm just gonna put you on the list. Like, I don't know what else to tell you, man. You're gonna be on a watch list for the rest of your life. Yeah, Massive Giant Booba. It's the other one. You message request from Brasco. Okay. Main focus is solo raid. You place top 200 a couple of times. Would like it to place more consistent to make it even top 100. Okay, so and also beating hard mirror container. Gotcha. Okay. So it's not so much of a secret as one of the things that people need to keep in mind when it comes to placing in solo raid is your element indexing is going to be a huge reason for your rankings. So, for example, when it's Electric Week solo raid, I personally have a very good shot every single time at placing top 50. But when we go into Fire Week solo raid like we had recently, getting into the top 50 was very difficult for me. So I was like top 100, like I was like rank 76 or something. So you could try to do focuses on... Oh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, I saw it. I just didn't respond to it because it just escaped my mind. But yeah. So the code has been sent, Brasco. And Yami, I'll do your account review later. I'm doing the ones that genuinely need it first so that we have all of the ones that need it first out of the way. And then I'll start doing the more memey ones like yours with your waterbending account review. Because I know exactly what your account looks like, Yami. We've done this a couple times. Think your elements are fairly balanced. That's the thing, right? Yo, Ruby, how's it going? How's the weekend been so far? It's been good. You're on... You didn't say if you're on NA or on what's it called? Or Global or Korea or Japan or something. So, if you don't mind telling me that as well, Brasco. NA, okay, gotcha. What do you mean? I don't genuinely need it? Dude, we both know you don't genuinely need it. Unless you want me to seriously have a look at your account in terms of investments for like solo raid, union raid, and the like for real. And that's gonna be a pretty long one. But yeah, like I know your account. You walked in at the wrong time. Who's ending up on the watch list? Livingston, if he's going after Anchor, that's the thing. Now he's specifying because he knows he doesn't want to end up on the list. Poor Livingston, though. Bro opens with, is there a new waifu to Prague? The next one is a lolly. He's like, yes. How to end on a list 101. Oh my. How's the account review queue looking? For the genuine accounts, we have very few left. Unless yours is genuine, then I will bump it in the list, Tuni. But if I look at like the genuine ones, as in the people that really, really need help, I am doing Brasco right now. Let me actually put the account review. Because I don't think you need like a super in-depth... I mean, unless you want to really... You'll have to prepare the eulogy sooner than expected, yeah. Almost ending up on the list because you RNG'd by accident, yeah. So unless you want me to seriously look at your account for solo raid indexing or, that type of stuff, then I can genuinely do it. But if you're doing it more for a let's have fun, I'll just bump it a little bit lower on the priority list because there's people that, genuinely want it. If that makes sense. But if we're talking about what I consider genuine account reviews, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Technically 7.5 because Kyle is half a real account review, half he's just redeemed it because he wants to be on stream. But yeah, like 7 on the list for the genuine ones, and then for the people that tend to redeem for memes, we have on the list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 for the memes, basically. I counted yours as for the memes, by the way. How's it going, Lenny? Why are you half? I mean, you're a 4'11" femboy that is requesting an account review not for the seriousness of needing it for solo raid, right? So there is like halves on multiple places. That's what a femboy would say. What if it's a mix of fun and genuine? I mean, that's fine too. I mean, we can do those too. So we have Brasco over here that is redeeming for solo raid indexing specifically. So I'm going to look at it on the lens of pure solo raid. Takes one to know one. The femboy art. That would be very surprising considering I'm 186 and not exactly very feminine. So let's see. I'm a little bit concerned that I see your Blanc this high up in combat power, so that's weird in itself. Do you have any... Odie, this is a hell of a topic to walk into. Yes, it is one hell of a topic. Let me shout you out, homie. So if you guys enjoy, like... Wait, why is this thing not going through? Oh, I'll just do a shout out command, fuck it. There we go. Much easier. But yeah, for those who don't know Oni in the community, he is like a really fucking cracked at fighting games, and he also plays some variety. He was recently playing like horror stuff. I'm wondering why the shoutout command is not working. Why are the... Oh, okay, so the mass shoutout command is working, but is the stream elements bot broken? Huh, interesting. Your account review is genuine? You still have 4 or 5 intercepts to clear? Okay, I see. So you want me to review it for that. Blanc got lucky with oils, got 3 liners. Okay, I see. So I'm going to start looking at the different Nikas. I'm going to start with the burst trees, and I'm going to go like... So for the next solo raid, it's going to be water weak. So do you want me to take a gander at that, even though it's going to be like a lot of neutral hits? So let's start with the... let's start with these. So you have attack ammo. So if you want for indexing towards solo raid, attack is good for neutral. Fire is good for when you're looking into elemental advantage. So when it's going to be fire weak solo raid, you're going to want to have that elemental. Otherwise, it's going to be nice to have that attack for neutral, but your higher priority will generally be elemental, because the ammo for Alice kind of compensates for neutral when you don't have that many attack rolls, for example. Because you're not always going to pair her with Privity, for example, with Privity Crown, for example, for infinite ammo memes. So that is something to keep in mind. Do you have any screenshots of your past solo raid rankings and like teams and damages and stuff, Brasco? Maybe I could make use of that. I automatically assume that some account reviews are not genuine. I mean, can you blame me for it? I know that you optimize your account really well, so unless you want me to really, really go fucking in depth, I will. But I thought it was going to be like a flex account review or something. Yeah, if you could DM me those, I could have a look at that as well, just to have an estimate of certain things. So you have 1, 2 lines of ammo, 3 lines of ammo. That's good. Not a lot of elemental though, so you're gonna be like on the back foot as soon as it's fire, because you only have 2 lines of Ellie. So that's like 47% elemental and a what? 124, 170, 176. So that's like what? That's a 18 ammo Alice probably. 17 ammo Alice, maybe? Wait, how much would that be? 100 and... That's 12, that's 15. That's probably like 16, 17 ammo Alice, right? Hold on. I can't math correctly because I've been freaking... Hold on, let me just... You might want to try to get into a... I mean, if you're fine with the union, that's fine. I have a feeling that you could get into a better union, though. Let's just have a quick look at your Atlas, because I can't math for shit real. It's like 21. You have like 170, so that's 12. Shouldn't it be like 18? Yeah, it's 17. Yeah, okay, so it is 17. Okay, so I was not completely wrong on that. Is this guy global or NA? He is on NA, so I could probably try to, after the account review, I could send like the VOD to someone I know. See if they could find somewhere to slot you in. Ultras break his SBS chart speed lines to reach 4 frames and confirm your formula. Oh my god. Only Ultras would be that committed to the cause, man. 07's in the chat for Ultras to breaking his lines intentionally. Just came back from molding on Mirror Container. How's it going, Biker? I hope that's been going well. Also, Mr. Dark, your account is a flex in and of itself. I wouldn't count it as much as a flex for Kyle, but yeah, it's... Let's see. Is this working? No, it's not working. What the hell? Wait, does that mean that Spoons and everyone else didn't get the shoutouts? Wow, that's... Oh, I guess the Stream Elements bot is just broken? Oh, the Streamlabs one is broken. I see. Interesting. Well, you know what? We're gonna use Seribot. Spoons, Xenon. We're gonna put fuck it, we're gonna put Oni again. We're gonna put yoink yoink yoink. There's also Mr. Base Dark. Yeah, it's been dead for some reason. Like, I didn't know because I haven't streamed in in like a day, but apparently it is broken, yeah. I'm not forgetting anyone, am I? Okay, there we go. There we go. We're gonna have to use the mass shoutout functions. Maybe new token isn't needed. I'm gonna have to look at that. Sometimes they do go down for maintenance, but this works. We have Seribot for the save anyways. Yeah, Sari has that as a function. Okay, so Brasco has sent me his past solo raids. So Ice Dragon was 171. Let's see. I should probably pull out mine for benchmarking, shouldn't I? Do I even still have my own? I don't remember if I even still have my own, because I don't really have a tendency of keeping those screenshots. Let's see. I might have them though. Okay, so for Behemoth, let's see. Okay, so yeah, I do have them. Okay, so let me just grab them and just put them side by side so that we have some points of comparison. I don't remember if oh yeah, I did post also mine on Void chat at some point, so that way I'll have like some points of comparison for like what you're doing versus damage distribution. I'll gonna be able to see that also reflected in your elemental lines and everything. Because if you have like very good elemental and your damage is not super high, it could also be an issue of how you're playing the fights more than anything. But if it's decently good damage, yet with like low elemental, it's just a matter of investments, right? And if it's like a combination of both, we can also look at whether you're... I don't think you're getting core gapped though, because like yours is looking a lot like my... in some regards, is looking like my own shit, so... Whoops. I did not mean to try to save that image. There, I'm just gathering them all up in a single place. Let's put it that way. Okay, so wait, did you not send me the damage distribution? Oh yeah, you did send me the damage distributions. Okay, so I'm just being Pepega, copying your ranks instead of the damage values. And this one, which was the Behemoth one. Okay, so with this, I should have all of them. So I copied it twice by accident. That's kind of stupid. Or am I copying mine twice? I don't think so. Okay, no, it should be fine. Okay, so your behemoth was 2.18. What was my behemoth? Wait, where the fuck did I put my behemoth? Well, okay, I'm Pepega as shit, aren't I? Okay, hold on. I'm just Pepega as shit. Hold on. Because this is so specifically directed towards solo raid that I need to have these at hand. To have like some points of comparison. Okay, and there we go. So should be able to have all the points of comparison. Skill issue. I mean, I'm not saying it's a skill issue guaranteed, but okay. So let's see. So for benchmarking on the Cinderella team for Ice Dragon, I did 4.2, which is not like the best, but it was like good enough for thing. In your case, you did 3.4, so that's 800 mil loss. You technically don't have like a MLB Rouge, but that shouldn't be like, we're not that far off in terms of like LBs and cores and everything. So it's probably either down to how you piloted that or to the investment. So I'm gonna have a look at the investments first, and then we're gonna compare both. How much for a bot that will periodically bully Ali at random? Oh my god, that was loud. Okay, so let's see. So, like I said, your Alice is kind of fine in the sense that she will do well in neutral. She has her, she has a decent amount of lines of ammo. But once you're gonna hit things like Fire Weak, you're gonna be on the back foot versus other Alices because you only have 2 lines of LA. Especially here, it really fucking stings that it's first line with a charge with your charge speed at the center, because then you're not getting your third line that easily. This one, you could theoretically just full reroll the entire thing and try to fish for elemental on the second line and then work from there. Attack lines are good on Alice, and it's going to be good for neutral, but it's not going to be as huge as what elemental advantage is going to provide you in general. Especially for Fire Weak solo raid, especially for Fire Weak campaign push, anomaly, etc. Especially because Alice gets some form of diminishing returns, and she buffs herself, her attack by quite a bit. And she also gets external attack buffs from other sources. So that is something to keep in mind for your Alice. I'm assuming that the dolls are just generally invested, but because doll materials are so dogshit together, I'm not going to fault you for doll investments in general, because I know from my own personal experience, it's such a shit system. I am going to check your cubes, though. You might want to level up your cube a little bit more, because quite a few of the top meta Nikas use Bastion Cube. It's good that you have Resilience Cube at level 13, though. Quantum Cube level 10 is like mostly if you're like a PvP enjoyer, and the vast majority of the other cubes are really just completely unnecessary. So if you can, I would probably focus now completely on leveling Bastion. Because for reference, the next level for Resilience Cube is just going to give you raw stats. It's not going to give you extra elemental. That's level 15. And it's not going to give you extra slots. So now what you should do is enhance your Bastion Cube to like level 13 or so. Because then you're going to get more elemental damage on the Nikas that use Bastion. You're going to get more raw stats, and well, the extra slots are super helpful too. Dolmad's disparage, yeah, dude. 8+% charge speed. You only need to reach like 98.7% charge speed, or something like that. I personally, to make it easy to remember, I just round it to 99% charge speed. As long as you can reach that when you accumulate this charge speed with this charge speed and the one from Overload, you're good to go. That's why we just recommend 2 lines of charge speed, because that's the easiest way to just do it. Do you need to explain the charge speed threshold for Alice? I mean, yeah, go for it. While I just explained these things, you can just put in the chat the threshold, because it's basically at a certain amount of charge speed, being at 99% or 100% is the exact same thing. Let's just put it that way. Let's look at your Cindy though. 10, 10, 10. Okay, that's good. Elemental attack. This elemental roll could be a little bit higher, but I'm not gonna fault you for that. Elemental attack. Okay, that's good. Charge speed is not as useful as people might think it is on Cinderella. But you have like elemental attack. That's good. Elemental attack, more charge speed again. Like I said, charge speed is not super useful, so don't try to aim for it. Crit damage, on the other hand, is pretty useful. And again, this is not like the highest of values of elemental, but I think your Cinderella is stronger than, is like almost stronger than mine. Might be slightly lower on the elemental, but she has a higher attack. Because, for example, my Cinderella is missing. But the one thing that you are missing, though, is that one line of ammo that might be breaking you. I wouldn't say fully bricked, but you do want to have that one line of ammo so that she just never reloads during full burst. So ideally, you might want to eventually get like a double lock on one of these and just roll for ammo. Either this one or this one to just get that line of ammo. Not your highest of highest priorities, because I assume that you're investing on some other stuff before that. But it's something that you want to keep in mind. By the way, Vigor Cube, no, you go Bastion here. The reason you go for Bastion is she has high ammo. If you get on top of that one line of ammo, she's never going to reload during full burst, and she's going to do more damage. Her auto attacks are actually a good amount of damage that come from Cinderella, surprisingly enough. Like, yes, her burst does a lot of damage, but her auto attacks also do a lot of damage. So what you want to do is delay that reload as much as possible. Zero ammo on her, yeah. You have her on Vigor for PvP. You change the cube during solo raid. Okay. The cube that you want on Cinderella for solo raid, just for reference, is Bastion. Resilience cube is not going to help you a lot on Cinderella for the sole reason that she has essentially a static 1 second reload. So every time you're going to reload on Cinderella, she's going to lose the buff that she has here. Activates when attacking with full charge, charge speed 100%, removed upon reloading to max ammo. Every time you reload, you're going to have to charge again to 100%, meaning that even if you had 1 frame reloads with Cinderella, you would still have to wait out that 1 second charge time. Now, I've had people before ask me if charge speed would be good to mitigate that. It works, but it's not amazing. The best thing to have as tertiary is basically crit damage and the like, because her burst can actually crit. Vigor Cube Slender. I mean, that's kind of the reality, though. Vigor Cube is not very good for Cinderella. It helps, but it's not as good as, say, Bastion. Your Cinderella is good, so I'm a little bit surprised about the damage that you did on Ice Dragon. So I'm gonna pull out. Hold on. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull the what you did on the solo raid and just put them one next to the other, and then I'm going to open mine in thingies. So we have solo raid, Behemoth, Modernia, and Ice Dragon. Got it. So Ice Dragon, Behemoth. Was that your Behemoth or was that my Behemoth? Nope. That's gotta be my Behemoth. Yes. And Modernia. Let's see. So your Modernia was 2.717. My Modernia, it's gotta be somewhere. Oh, wait, I think I forgot to add my Modernia to the list. Hold on, give me a sec. That way I have them side by side. But looking at your Cinderella, I'm surprised that your damage was like that. Yeah, there is my Modernia in battle. Okay, so there we go. So putting them in order, Ice Dragon versus Ice Dragon. Modernia versus Modernia, left and right, and then yours versus mine. Got it. Okay. So at least I have those lined up. I'm going to look at the rest of the Nikkes, and then I'm going to... Yo, how's it going, Lost? Don't miss the amazing knowledge you made me post a bit earlier. At least to Charlie Lightspeed, the minimum amount needed 6.91, but not 2.28. Combination for clownery reason. Yes, because of the seconds per frame timing that they have in the game and the rounding that they do. Okay, so your Naga. She has ammo, she has some elemental. That's fine. Like, you don't need to particularly hard reroll shit on Naga, but oh, this is going to penalize you in solo raid. So this skill to level 10 is going to increase the damage to core fights. So Behemoth is one of those that didn't have a core, so that's you kind of got away with that. But Ice Dragon and Modernia to some extent had cores, although Modernia, the core kind of gets blown up pretty quickly. But anytime you're going to have a solo raid where there is a core and you want to use your Naga, you're going to be on the back foot here because this buff is actually surprisingly big. So that's something to keep in mind for future book investments. Also, how's it going, Jizzy? Doing good. Tempted to redeem a counter review just to see if you left the game with good units. Hope you're doing well, too. I mean, I'm doing well. Just had a long day, but okay. 10-7-10 is good investment here. Elemental. Ooh, this line of ammo is a bit low, though. Ooh, that's really unfortunate, though. Because you want to have one good line of ammo so that your Scarlet Black Shadow goes infinite. So this is perfect, and you would basically like double lock and just reset to get a higher line. Because I believe 27 is like almost the lowest possible. Yeah, 27 is the lowest possible, so anything can go higher. The reason why you want that good line of ammo is just so that Scarlet Black Shadow goes infinite. Oh wait, you have a second line of ammo. I guess that works out for you. It's like, it works. It adds up to a 60% line of ammo. So it kind of works out. This one, you could technically lock the central line and try to aim for another line of attack. Because for reference, my Scarlet Black Shadow is 4 elemental for attack. And it does make a huge difference for both Wind Weak and just neutral in general. The attack for the neutral and the elemental, of course, for Wind Weak. Scarlet Black Shadow is a massive unit in terms of damage. You have no lines of ammo and your SBS still infinite. Might be very difficult to go infinite with just Bastion and no ammo lines unless you rotate very quickly. The problem is that you don't always have fights where you will rotate very fast. So imagine fights where you don't have parts and you don't have pierce angles or anything or environment. You're going to struggle to keep your Scarlet Black Shadow infinite because your rotations might not be fast enough. Now, if your rotations are fast enough and you're not putting her with a leader or with some other stuff that increases her ammo passively, you can make the argument. You can pull Peritia from Dorm Coins? Yeah, you can. Yeah, how's it going, guest? If you're late for the party, no, you're not late. That's fine. But yeah, so that is one thing. So you have the ammo. You could lock this to try to get more attack. It's always nice to have just more attack on Scarlet Black Shadow. Your SBS is core 1. That's good. Like, your investments so far are good. There's like a few nitpicks here and there that you could do. But overall, this is pretty good. You should be able to get top 200 pretty... If all the investments are similar-ish to this in terms of quality, you should be able to get like top 200 pretty easily. Let's see. So Quincy Escape Quinn. Okay, that's better than my Quincy. That's actually better than my Quincy, so this is pretty good. Kind of unfortunate you didn't give her like an SR Dole, but that's kind of whatever. Elemental. She's going to be mostly used for pure elemental fights, so you want to try to get her as close as possible to quantity. So, okay, so this is 1, 2, 3 elemental damage. So only this one you could try to reroll for elemental. Whether you want to lock the central line of attack is up to you, but I personally would probably just reroll for elemental attack or something, or elemental ammo. But this is really good. This is like 60% elemental Quincy. This is better than mine. This should serve you really well for Water Week solo raids if you want to get good ranks. Yo, Count Eggy, how's it going, my dude? I like that Tectone emote. That's a really funny one. The little jumpy egg thingy. I kind of need to get like a hyper emote. That's what it is. You're stuck into another gacha game. Probably a gambler at this point. Yeah. If you play gacha games, you're probably a gambler. You're definitely a gambler. So, Rappy Elemental Attack Ammo. That's a best in slot, pretty much. You could long-term double lock this and try to get higher attack, but that's just a very minor nitpick. Elemental attack, that's good. You have ammo attack. Ooh, too bad it's not elemental, but that will work. Ammo elemental. You probably reset attributes here to get either higher elemental or higher ammo, but you have like what? 1 line of ammo, 2 lines of ammo, 3 lines of ammo. So you're kind of okay in the ammo department. Too bad you didn't get like that extra line of elemental, but especially because Rappy, you double dip on elements. She's good versus Iron Week and she's good versus Fire Week. So elemental damage on her is even more important than on the average Nikke. Just because she will get that elemental damage on twice as many bosses, essentially. So that is something that you might want to be on the lookout for, is trying to fish for that final elemental line long term. 10-10-10 investments, that's good. Bastion Cube, that's good. Also SR Dole, so that's pretty good. 10-5-10, that's good investments on leader. I'm not gonna bother looking at the OLs on leader because generally that won't make much of a difference. Treasure Helm, okay, that's good. Basically on point with me. More investments on the S1 than mine. I'm slowly working towards getting the S1 to level 10, but this is really solid. Eventually, you will want to invest into the S2 as well for the attack damage buff. That increases by 1% per level, by the way. And also that increases her own personal damage. And very long term as well, you're going to want to invest probably in the burst skill for Water Week with the 8k damage nuke. Although I need to look into the testing of other people, because on paper, 8k ratio nuke is pretty good. But I gotta see how good it actually is in application once I find someone that has a level 3 Treasure Helm. Or once I get my own at level 3. On her, like, if you really, really want to reroll shit, you could get Elemental Attack and either Charge Speed or Ammo. Personally, I'm of the faction of people that don't believe too much into the critical rate of normal attacks with last bullet. Because one, it's not going to be 100% uptime, and two, it's only 14% for normal attacks only. It will have its usages, though, but I personally believe a little bit more in max ammo for the consistency of the burst generation rather than the buffs. So it's just a difference in opinion between me and some other people. Especially because she has like a 2-second reload time, so it really freaking blows when she reloads and gets like inconsistent burst gen. Let's see. So Noir OL lines, you don't really need to care. 10-9-4, that's perfect. You even put an SR Dole, so that's really solid. Amelia is one of those that if you're investing in her, it's more because you're a PvP enjoyer than using her for PvE. I'm not a huge believer in her ability to carry Water Week solo raids. You're better off running a very solid neutral comp than running Amelia. I don't remember even making good use of her in the last Water Week solo raid, now that I think about it. Let me just double check on Enic, but I don't remember making use of that on the last Water Week solo raid, which was what was its name? Land Eater Hestia. Let's see. Because as far as I know, we didn't use Amelia there. I love PvP, yeah, pretty much. You're a PvP enjoyer, okay. No, because some people do believe for some reason, like I've had some people that believe that Amelia would be good for Water Week, but the reality doesn't pan out like that. She's like a very situational Water Week solo raider, and even then it's like, even on her own solo raid, I don't think we used Amelia that much. At least I personally didn't. But even on her own Water Weak solo raid, which was Nihilister, Nihilister solo raid, I don't remember that many people using Amelia, like, at all. Like, sure, at the time we didn't have Quincy, Escape Queen, and everything, but it's like, even at the time, it wasn't even that worthwhile to use Amelia. So, if you're a PvP enjoyer, that's good. 10, 10, 10, that's good investment. SR Dole. Attack Elemental. Ooh, kind of a low attack roll, but I won't fault you for that. This you could theoretically full reroll to try to get both attack and elemental. You could Copium lock this, but it's not super ideal because it's going to be very pricey. But you could try to insert a attack line here. Attack Elemental. Here you could lock the attack line to try to get higher Elemental, because at the end of the day you're going to use her a lot on Elemental. And this is a solid... overall, a pretty solid Ennis. So quad ED. This could be a little bit higher. She's like what? 20, 45, 45, 69-ish percent. That's 70, 84, 85% elemental, roughly. And like 17, 20, 26-ish attack. The elemental could be slightly higher just because of that 15% that you could reroll to go higher, but again, the rock economy can be a little bit shitty, so so I understand if that's something you don't want to deal with. But do keep that in mind that this elemental roll could be a little bit higher, and this one you could theoretically go for attack. Drake, full OL Drake. Wait. How is full OL Drake with... okay. I'll go back to that later. This Scarlet is a PvP Scarlet, so... You don't need to hyper-invest into Scarlet. She does have 2 lines of ammo and some lines of... Quite a lot of lines of attack, actually, huh? No Elemental, though. That could hurt you a little bit for Electric Weak solo raid in those cases, but... Rerolling OG Scarlet at this point in the game is a little bit smooge, so I would probably hold off on that unless you have nothing else to invest into. That is like super high priority. Red Hood is 10, 10, 10. Okay. Ooh, ammo charge speed. This is a full reroll. So your helmet on Red Hood is an absolute full reroll. None of these lines are going to be all that useful for you. This one you could full reroll as well. It's a low elemental line. It's a low elemental value line on the top, and nothing really all that useful on the other lines. This you could reset attributes to get a little bit higher attack, but overall this is good. Elemental attack, and this one is a full reroll as well because again, ammunition on Red Hood is something that you need to keep in mind. Yeah, we can take a look at that in a second. So. One thing that you need to keep in mind is that the ammunition line that we recommend to players is just for comfort because it's super smooth to quick scope on a 6-bullet Red Hood. That's why we recommend 1 good line of ammo. Just so you get a little bit more into the 9 to 10 ammo, maybe like, 9 to 10 ammo territory, so it's a little bit more comfortable to quick scope with her or to just manual her. Ammo is not that important outside of comfort. You really want to get like those elemental lines and those lines of attack, especially because the lines of attack are for when you're fighting on neutral. So sometimes you're going to have Red Hood on neutral. She's not the best neutral for solo raids, so we don't have that. Like, it's not the best, but you'll probably end up doing that occasionally. Like what we had with the Modernia solo raid, where you would go like, well, you could go either Red Hood Burst or you could go with buffing Rappy Red Hood. I think you went the same route as me, which was buffing Rappy Red Hood, so that's kind of whatever. But you will have situations where you will use Red Hood, and the Elemental is pretty neat for, of course, for Iron Week, where she's going to shine the most. You will have situations where you will use her on neutral. So until we have completely phased her out, some lines of attack are nice to have. But for now, if I were you, I would focus on getting those quad elemental lines just to have her ready for Iron Week in particular. The way I personally index towards solo raid is that whenever there is a new one, I index a little bit, but I also passively index towards certain ones because originally I first indexed towards campaign push. So for example, I think you're stuck on Mirror Container, right? From what I remember. Let me just double check on that. I believe you told me you were on Mirror Container hard mode. So the way I would do it on my account is I would index my electric code Nikas at the time, so that I can deal with Mirror Container. Oh, this team is not going to do very well against Mirror Container, is it? But yeah, I would index my electric against Mirror Container, and that would cover also my indexing for any electric with solo rates, like the ones that we have one after the other. Now, if you want to purely index towards solo raid, you could slowly save resources, index towards each solo raid that is announced, and then save resources again until the next solo raid is announced, and then invest those resources into each element, and slowly but surely build the elements like that. Personally, I'm not that patient, so I just index towards campaign, and passively it helps towards solo raid. And then once I'm kind of done indexing towards campaign, I index towards the good general use Nikas for solo raid, right? So that's the way I personally do it. Your Snow has one line of charge speed. This is like basically a full reroll. If you care about Iron Weak, all of these are basically full rerolls. Elemental damage is nice, so you could kind of leave that one be, but everything else is essentially a full reroll. If you do care about catching 5 seconds... Oh, by the way, the Dole... So for Iron Weak solo raid, Snow White, if you have a Dole, for example, on her, this damage when attacking core applies to her burst as well. So the Dole is going to be a pretty decent chunk of extra damage for Snow White just for free. The 2 lines of charge speed are mostly if you care about catching 5-second buffs. I personally do, so my Snow White has those 2 lines of charge speeds because you never know when you're going to have to use her with 5-second buffs. But in your case, I would probably focus first on trying to get her some elemental and some attack, so that you can have Snow White at the ready for a solo raid. She sees use from time to time. Personally, I have used Snow White quite a bit in the last few solo raids, with the exception of Behemoth. But that's just because I went the maniac route, the absolute fucking maniac route of going Snow White, because mine has a bunch of line of attack, so she does well even on neutral. Tovi Stonks, okay, I see that you have 9. Ooh, you could go a little bit higher on the burst skill. S1 level 9, perfect, you don't need to go any further. S2 level 10, I'm personally working towards that, so that's really good because that's the attack speed. You could go a little bit higher on Miracles of Makeshifts just to get a little bit of extra attack, but this is like already really solid. You haven't used Snow White lately, that's why she doesn't have a Dole, I say. Just as a frame of reference, right, so let me just pull this up, right? So, for Ice Dragon, I personally use Snow White. And for Modernia, I also use Snow White, by the way. But that was just me being absolutely Pepega as shit and just going with one of my favorite Nikas to compensate for that shit. Also, helps a lot that she is multi-lines of attack, so she's actually pretty good on neutral. Behemoth, I didn't go for that, but that's like besides the point. You can have occasions where you can use Snow White for sure. Like, the thing about Snow comps is top-end solo raid players say that Snow White is phased out because they're kind of coping that she actually does get phased out. And then she just makes a comeback every now and then, no matter, she just keeps making a comeback, right? As much as people try to cope that she's just gone, but... Oh yeah, all of my freaking commands are broken, aren't they? That freaking sucks. Yeah, so for those who want access to my Discord, You can find it in my panels on my Twitch as well for my Discord. Let me snooze the ads by 5 minutes. Hopefully we can squeeze in a little bit of extra knowledge before we get hit by ads again. But yeah, you can find my Discord as well, the Discord link as well on my socials in my Twitch panels at the bottom. Right now the bot is broken for some reason, the Stream Elements one, so I'm gonna have the Stream Labs one. Which one of the two is broken? I'm gonna have to set up the other one though, so that it actually gives the rest of the shit. Yeah, the Streamlabs one is broken. The Stream Elements one, for some reason, is not reacting either. So yeah. Modernia 10-10-8, that's fine. Technically, you don't need to invest any further into the burst skill unless you're really coping for campaign push. But the next two chapters are Wind Week after mirror containers, so you kind of are not gonna use Modernia all that much. Ooh, this ammo is a little bit low, but you can kind of get away with this Modernia for now, honestly. Ooh, that's a really good attack on that thing. That's a really good piece, honestly. You can kind of get away with this Modernia for now, honestly. Because investing extra in Modernia is a bit smooth, especially because I would assume that you have other shit that you need to invest into. As we go through the different things. Because, for example, D-Killer Wife is here, Asuka is here, Maddie, Grave. So the Sparkling Bunny being this down low is kind of worrisome. Your Ein being here is a little bit worrisome. Xlude is really used in solo raid, so you might want to invest into her as well. Like, yeah, there's a bunch of shit that you might have to invest first as higher priorities, so I'm not going to make you invest into into rocks into Modernia if you have other shit to fix first. Let's see. So ammo elemental, that's fine. If you can get her to quad elemental, you're kind of set, honestly. So yeah, on this one you could try to reroll for a little bit of extra elemental. But your Maiden is more or less set. Of course, you do want to get Diamond Dust to level 10. Mine is still at level 7, I believe, but it will help you a lot to have Diamond Dust at level 10 just for the extra damage. S2 level 10 is the most important thing, though. This is what makes a lot of shit easy mode when it comes to, for example, Anomaly Mirror Container. Hard Campaign Mirror Container, you could use Maiden, technically. I personally used SNEs because it worked a little bit better with Ein, but you theoretically could use Maiden for sure. Senti, that's just PvP enjoyment, so I'm not going to comment on that. Ooh, the burst skill here could help you out a little bit. It's like little extras that eventually add up, right? So getting this eventually, I don't know how many skill books you have though, so yeah, you probably have other priorities. When did you start playing, just as a frame of reference, Braxo? Just like for a frame of reference, you probably started like 1 month into the game or something, right? Like if you're a lowish spender and you don't buy Cordas, this looks like it would be like maybe starting during the Modernia patch or something. A month after release. Okay, so that confirms it. So yeah, you can be slightly, that's a stacked, whoops. I hit my microphone by accident. Ooh, we're gonna get the ads soon. Okay, so this is like something that could get added up a little bit in the future, but it's not like a huge differentiating factor. It's just little extras that will add up as a whole. Biscuit, I'm gonna assume that nowadays that's PvP enjoyment. Maxwell 10-4-10, that's good. Honestly, like Maxwell, you could theoretically have her go a little bit higher on the elemental train, but that's only if you really, really care about Iron Week. Solo raid, yeah, how's it going, Extrainus? So this is something that I mentioned when I started analyzing for solo raid focus, right, Braxo, is that solo raid, if you want to have very good ranks, you need to have good elemental damage on the key Nikes. So let's say, for example, you want to have a good fire solo raid, excluding the Modernia one where A2 randomly cropped up. You would want to have things like Asuka invested. You would want to have things like Alice invested. You would want to have things like Ray invested, Modernia invested, etc. But you want to have them invested in the sense that they have elemental lines as well, because that's going to boost their damage even further. If you want to have a good electric solo raid, you would want to have a good Ein with elemental damage. You want to have Summer Anis with elemental damage. You want to have Cinderella with elemental damage and the like. So eventually, solo raid, it's super difficult to get every single solo raid element strongly. You can try to go a little bit at a time, but it's going to be very difficult to have them all strong in one go, unless you're a very, very big whale and have been consistently getting lucky as well. Because even Tsukino, for example, he has his weak elements. So if you look at the rankings of solo raid worldwide, Tsukino can lose on iron, and he can lose on, I don't remember which other element he lost on, but I do remember very clearly that he was losing on iron. And it was mostly because he didn't have the elemental rolls, because that makes a huge, huge difference. Yeah, even whales cannot do that perfectly. So what some people do is that they hyper-focus on some elements. So in my case, for example, my strong elements would be something like electric element in particular. For example, like my strong element is electric. Yami's... Oh, wait, didn't I snooze the ads? Oh, for fuck's sake. So we're getting... I'll wait out the ads. About missing stuff. There we go. I love ads. I hate ads. But the way I set them up really allows you to have as little ads as possible. Whaling on water? Well, Yami is basically a water specialist, for example. There's different ways to do these things. Yo, Urahara, how's it going, my dude? Also, I missed that. And Yellens, how's it going? Old music? What do you mean old music? It's not that old. The Black Keys is not that old. Like, come on. Like, credit card diff. Yeah, to some extent it can be a credit card diff, but there is also the piloting itself of the account, and there is also how lucky you also get on elements and everything. Like, it's a combination of many things that allows people to beat others that normally, in some cases, they should have no right bidding in terms of like how much they spend and everything. Like, that is something to to keep in mind. It's like, yeah, of course, like gacha games are pay to win. Like, no one will ever argue against that. But you can do some optimizations and everything to allow you to win out. Because, for example, last solo raid I did better than one of my former union mates that was this way bigger whale, like way bigger whale. So they will be paid to lose. That's true. We need to cut VTuber as revenue or some ad revenue. Oh god, that guy is still. Fun fact, Ragnar, you're having fun about that guy, but he was on my stream not that long ago. I have to step up for 30 minutes. Please keep going. I'll watch the VOD when I come back. Okay. Okay, noted. I'll just go on the different things and hopefully it will help as much as possible. Let's see. So, thanks, Harry Bot. So the ads are over. So yeah, I read your message, Braxka. Brexo. I'll just continue the account review. You know where my VODs channel is at, right, Brexo? If you don't know where my VODs channel is at, I'll just pull that up. So Alien VODs. There we go. So for those who don't know, every time I do a stream, it is systematically sent to my VODs channel. You can subscribe to that channel to just, if you ever miss a stream or want to review stuff that I say on stream, it will be on the VODs channel automatically. I tend to take at most 1 day to put them in the VODs channel, but yeah. Okay, so let's just continue. So Maxwell could definitely use some more elementals specifically for the sake of Iron Week solo raid because she still have her uses there. Other than that, attack would be for neutral, but there is like bigger investments to do. Like for example,
Fortis
Asuka.
Arcana asked me, how do we cut Alien and revenue for banning valuable viewers in the community but replace every second word with
What the
D's
fuck?
nuts? How D's nuts do D's nuts, we D's nuts cut D's nuts, Alien
What the
D's
fuck?
nuts. And D's nuts revenue D's nuts for D's
What the
nuts
fuck are you
banning.
doing, Ragnar?
D's nuts valuable. D's nuts
Oh my god.
viewers. D's nuts. In D's nuts. The D's nuts.
Oh my
Community.
god.
D's nuts. But D's nuts? Replace D's nuts. Every D's nuts.
Oh my god, she's even
Second D's nuts.
even
worth
when she's just reading the
nuts with D's
question,
nuts.
she's saying that.
D's nuts.
What the fuck? Oh my god. These nuts and this nuts. That's so dumb. I think she just gave up in replacing every other and just started spamming these nuts. Making content, you're a content creator. You're just farming me at this point. So elemental attack. You do want to have ammo on her though. So it's a mistake that I see often is that Asuka actually is elemental, then ammo, then attack.
Can you
Like,
please explain how I can get more elemental damage on my units? But can you replace every other word with your mom?
Oh my fucking god.
I need to know how to improve my
Do I
Nikki
need to
account.
increase the price of these things? Oh. Get shit on. Get shit on. The bot refused to do it. I didn't even do anything. I get absolutely shit on. It probably got filtered. It probably just got filtered. Or wait, did he use the TTS one? Get shit on, kid. But yeah, so the common misconception about Asuka is that Asuka is actually closer to what, for example, you would want on an OG Scarlet. The reason for that is that she only has 20 ammo. And, well, while her reload time is better than...
1234 asked me, can you please explain how I can get more elemental damage on my units?
Oh my god.
But can you replace every other word with your mom? I need to know how to improve my Nikki account.
I swear to god, if the
Sure
bot
thing.
filters you, you're gonna get
Your
shit
mom
on.
focus your mom on leveling your mom and upgrading your mom elemental. Your mom's skills. Equip your mom
skills.
characters.
What the fuck?
Your mom with gear.
What is that
Your mom
supposed
that
to mean?
boosts your mom. Elemental. Your mom damage. Use your mom units. Your mom with synergy. Your mom
What
for
the
elemental.
fuck?
Your mom combos. Check. Your mom guides. Your mom for team. Your mom
What the
compositions. Your mom.
hell, man? Your
that
mom is
maximize
struggling it up.
Your mom. Elemental.
You even
Your
pulled
mom,
out you even
power.
pulled spoons out of lurking.
Happy.
Oh my god.
Your mom. Gaming.
Happy your mom gave me. What the fuck? Yeah, this is cursed. Oh my god, Extragenous. That is so cursed to say out of context. Check your mom, guide your mom. Like, what the fuck? What is it, Gal? Let's see. Oh yeah, you told me earlier that your Urid has this 91, almost 92% crit rate. That's insane. That's so dumb. You have some weird ass investments. But yeah, so let's just get back on track. So Asuka is kind of like an OG Scarlet in the sense that she has very low ammo capacity for an AR. So ARs shoot at basically 12 per second. And because they shoot at 12 per second, you're going to reload every 1.5 or less seconds. So what you want to do is get max ammo after your elemental, so that she doesn't reload as much. Attack is not that important because she has this stupidly high 83% attack buff on her S1, and she gets like diminishing returns galore as a result. So yeah, elemental and ammo would be your key things to look for here. So for example, here this is good. You could try to reset attributes a little bit to get more elemental here, but locking, you could technically double lock here to get ammo. Here, double locking here to get ammo on the final line is going to be super smooch. So you could just lock the central elemental line and hope that ammo lands either on the top or bottom line. And which one was it? This one? I'm almost tempted to say full reroll to get elemental and ammo, especially elemental on central or bottom line, so that your Asuka is a little bit better built. 7, 7, 10, that's good. Personally, I would value S2 over S1 just because it's the elemental damage buff that she gets. And Asuka really shines on elemental advantage more than anything. What do you mean, weird ass investments? I mean, am I wrong though? Can you speak in normal English terms? Too much lingo? What the fuck do you mean by too much lingo? But yeah, so the ammo is what you're going to try to fish on. Either you could full reroll here to try to get the ammo and elemental on either central or bottom line. And on this one, you could double lock to try to get the ammo on that one. Here, I would personally lock the central line to get either top or bottom line ammo. Because that attack is not going to be that good because she self-buffs so much attack that each additional point of attack that you get from overload or externally is not going to give you as much of a benefit compared to other things. That's why also I personally recommend S2 over S1 because of the damage as strong element that will benefit more Asuka overall. Asuka is what made me coin the term Asuka syndrome when I talk about Nikkes. It's those Nikkes that self-buff so much that they are very difficult to make better through external buffing because they hit so many diminishing returns in the way that they buff themselves. Like Asuka has extreme diminishing returns on attack damage because she self-buffs herself so much, and also on attack buffs as well because of the S1. So each additional point of attack damage will give you less of a benefit versus a different stat. Same with comparatively. Same with attack as well because of how high you already stacked it. And that's why damage as strong element, and in the future, if they release Nikkes that do damage taken debuffs and the like, Asuka will really like pairing with them. Another thing that she would really like is to be paired with things that give max ammo, unfortunately, or reload speed, but unfortunately, there's not like a lot of things that synergize in that regard with her, but that's kind of how it goes with her. What's the song in the Nikke selection co-op menu? It's one from chapter 30. It's one of the chapter 34, 33, 34 songs, I think, from what I remember. I forgot the name, but it's, but yeah. Priority gets reload speed. I mean, yeah, but she also nerfs the ammo, and you don't really want that on Asuka, even though it helps, you know, to have the extra reload speed. Unless you're hitting instant reloads and the like, it's going to be pretty difficult. Gao just got flamed for her Urid investments. I'm not saying that she's getting flamed. I'm just saying she has like weird investments. She has a very invested Kofne. Yeah, but here's the reality about Shield Destroyer. You don't use her as a Shield Destroyer. You use her because, one, she buffs your other fire damage Nikes with core damage bonus. She has good elemental damage, and she's one of the few good fire Nikes because we don't have that many that are good. Now we have Rappy Red Hood, but you can use Rappy Red Hood as a burst one. And you have Alice, and then after that, it's kind of like Modernia, and that's it, right? If we exclude the collab Nikes. So Asuka's primary role as of late is essentially for Fire Week. That's like her primary role, is just one of the main teams for Fire Week. Yo, Lyra, how's it going? Your ass is a shield. I mean, that would explain why he's getting pegged by Asuka, right? And then he's trying to deny the femboy allegations, my man. You finally here on time? Yeah, I mean, trying to do as many of the account reviews. Exia 4-10-10, that's good. You don't need to go any further in that. Now, because Exia is going to be primarily used for Electric Week, you might want to fish for additional elemental lines. Attack, charge speed, all of that jazz is kind of like, I want to say almost whatever. Your primary goal is going to try to get as many elemental lines for Electric Week whenever you're going to use Exia. Now, Exia is one of those that can be slightly cope-ish in the sense that she's very difficult to slot into teams due to the fact that she herself doesn't give cooldown reduction and is a burst 1 Nikke. So what ends up happening is that Exia, for example, on Ice Dragon, was paired with Killer Wife in my case. I think in the case of many other Solar Raid players, now that I think about it. Yeah, you also did the same because you still want that cooldown reduction to rotate quickly. So the fact that Exia doesn't have cooldown reduction really, really sucks. But outside of Electric Week, you're probably not going to use her. That's why, at the very least, try to get her some elemental lines if you plan on using her. And considering the investments you have in her, absolutely. Also, keep in mind that the black mileage thing, you can buy copies of Exia in it. So you could get extra cores for Exia. She's one of those that is valuable. So in the black mileage shop, like the one for the blue tickets, which would be here, the ones that are valuable to get extra copies of are things like Exia, are things like Maxwell. You could get extra copies of Centifer if you really love PvP. Volume is kind of whatever. And you could even get like copies of Helm as well, right? Like you can get copies of Helm here. From that black mileage shop. In the past, you could have like gone for some Yoha copies, but it's like not super recommended. The main ones are basically cores for Maxwell, cores for Exia, and cores for Helm, as long as she's in the shop. The other ones are not as important. You love PvP. How's it going, Shinjuku? Yeah, the list never ends, Lyra. It's really insane. Going to mostly lurking, you're doing some something in another game. Yeah, that's completely fine. Thanks a lot for the look. I appreciate it. Why would you buy that when you can buy amazing Noah dupes? Fuck off. We all know that Noah is just gonna spook us during our poll, so there's no need to buy those. It feels so shitty every time it happens too. You might want to add Rouge to the blue ticket wish list if you haven't already, because Rouge is one of those that will scale really fucking well with extra dupes. The reason for that is max HP of casters, max HP for all allies on S1. Then you have max HP of casters, max HP continuously when using burst for 5 times. And also max HP of casters, max HP on burst on multiple abilities. The reason for why it's really good to get those extra dupes on Rouge is that it will increase her base stats by 2%. And that will be able to push Cinderella a little bit further every time. That makes a huge difference, by the way. So if you have like extra dupes on Rouge, you will be buffing your Cinderella, and both of them are kind of married to each other for comps. Spooks never heard about that. Damn. Yeah. Basically, the buffs are of casters max HP, and because it's of casters, whenever you see an ability that says of casters base stat, you gotta remember that of casters attack, of casters max HP, etc. All of those scale with, you can increase them even further by getting extra dupes of the Nikke. That's why sometimes really big whales will get extra dupes of certain Nikkes, like say some of the support Nikkes that have of casters attack. So think Naga, for example. Attack of casters attack, attack of casters attack. Well, if you have more dupes of Naga, her base attack is going to increase every time by 2% for each dupe of Naga you have. So a LB0 Naga versus a LB max core Naga is going to be like, what, 14% in difference in stats or something? Hold on. No, it's going to be even more than that. Because the 7 cores is going to be 14% in stats on that alone, and then the extra 3. So it's going to be like a 20% difference in stats applied to that buff. Right? From LB0 to core 7. It eventually adds up, right? Hate when it's casters max HP would have been berserkers or raiders. I didn't take you for
ASMR?
I didn't take you for an
Humans are
FGO
so
player.
weird.
What the fuck? Oh my goodness. Rapunzel is kind of like just I love PvP memento, so I'm not going to comment too much on that. Empriv is worth investing in the sense that if you care about Shotgun Squad, Empriv is going to be a mainstay there, especially for Electric Week solo raids as well. She's just going to do quite a bit of damage in the Shotgun Squad. My Maid Privity, if I remember correctly, didn't have like the best overload lines, but that still made that team do 1.1 bill, right? On the Behemoth solo raid, which was Electric Week. If we look at Ice Dragon, I believe, 1.3 bill as well on the Ice Dragon, because again, Electric Week solo raid, Maid Privity will do quite a bit of damage on that too. And you have a Tovi invested, so you should probably finish investing a little bit on your Maid Privity. Mine is 10, 10, 10, but you don't need to go that far. You could go like S1 level 10 and Burst level 10, and it will boost your Shotgun Squad for solo raid. Investments-wise, what you want to aim for is Elemental, then Attack, then Ammo for Maid Privity. But as long as you get like Quad Elemental, I'm going to assume that this is just because cubes get swapped around. As long as you have like Quad Elemental, you're already in a very good spot. Like Quad Elemental and maybe even one line or two. Check your DMs. What are you guys DMing me now? Oh, what? Oh, that's funny. Gee, I hope there's enough drills, yeah. Oh yeah, co-op is still running, isn't it? I don't think I'll have the time to run more co-op, though. That's kind of a shame. Especially considering that I'm part of Omni Alliance. Okay, so Exclude, that's perfectly fine. S2 level 7 is a good stopping point, because the extra damage is good, but it's only if there is cores. Now, S1 level 10, that is good, because there is the damage taken debuff, there is the built-in Bastion Cube that she has, and there is the extra damage. So this is a good Exclude in terms of skills. Elemental Attack, that's good. Ooh, you definitely want to reset attributes here to get more Elemental. And also more ammo, because that ammo roll is pretty low. This one, you probably want to lock this. So what you're going to do is you're going to lock here, and you're going to reset attributes to get a higher ammo. Technically, you could lock the attack line, but personally, I would say just straight up just reroll everything to get elemental ammo or the like. But you could theoretically reset attributes, lock the attack, and then fish for elemental and ammo on the rest. She only technically needs like 2 lines of ammo. So if you get like these 2 lines of ammo to a good spot, you could just reset attributes, get this attack up, and then just reroll for elemental. Yo, Camille, how's it going? There is still day 3 going on. It will be about 14 more hours or so. Yeah, but like these 4 hours of stream that I'm going to be doing today are going to be strictly dedicated towards account reviews. Oh, you definitely want to get the burst skill to level 10. Like this is a no-brainer. Get the burst skill to level 10. So let me put it this way: you have Mirror Container to fight. You have what the fuck is his name? Crystal Armor to fight. Right after Mirror Container, you have to fight Mirror Container's retarded little I'm so gonna get canceled for that one. You're gonna fight the not so bright little brother of Mirror Container right afterwards. So Ayn is going to be amazing for those 2. And she's going to be amazing as well for many other places like Tower and Main Tower as well for Electric Week, where you're going to encounter those type of things pretty often. On top of that, for Electric Week Solo Raid, you definitely will want to use Ayn. So burst skill to level 10 is an absolute no-brainer here. Looking forward to your AK account review next week. Have a good night, Sanon. Remove me from the account review. Yeah, have a good night, rest well. I don't think you even redeemed it though, Sanon. Let me just double check. Oh yeah, you did redeem it. Okay, I'll just mark yours as complete then. Okay. Also, thanks for the hydrate, Yellens. I just saw it. I'm going to assume that Mr. Ada isn't here. If he pops up later, yeah, if he pops up later, I might just add him back into the queue, but I'm going to remove the ones that are either memes or that I know for a fact that are not here. That way it can declog a little bit this queue. Yeah, now it's a little bit less clogged up. Nice. Okay, so lines for Ayn, you want elemental, then attack, and then you can grab some lines of ammo. But the most important ones are elemental and attack. The lines of ammo are kind of comfort for the sake of rotating your bursts more than anything. So elemental here, elemental attack here, that's good. You could just straight up get a little bit better values on the bottom line of elemental and just lock the line of elemental and reroll the rest to get attack on the gloves here. Over here, I would say probably just lock the central line of attack because lines of attack have the same probability of dropping as elemental, and just try to get elemental either on top or bottom line. You could just full reroll, but personally I would probably lock the attack line because both are still useful and both have the same probability. So whether you had a central elemental or a central attack line, the probability of getting the other line on top or bottom would be the same. For elemental, for attack, 2 ammo, 2 charge speed. Are you talking about Ayn? You could go for something like that. I personally like having at least 2 lines of ammo on Ayn just for the sake of rotating. After that, it's kind of like whatever. You could go crit damage, you could go... charge speed, not so much. Charge speed is actually not that useful on Ayn. I know that she has this thing that is like charge damage increase for 1 shot when full charging a shot, but realistically speaking, the best play pattern for Ayn is just quick scoping permanently. And in some cases, you're going to full charge, but it's mostly for either jumpstart tech, meaning getting your burst generation really quick by full charging a shot near the tail end of your full burst, or for things like Mirror Container where you want to break the glass slippers. Clipped, you wanna who wants to cancel Jesus? But yeah. So definitely you want to get like the attack line here on top of your elemental line. And I mean, you could theoretically either full reroll or just luck here and try to get the attack line. I would say probably just luck and try to get the attack line at this point. And here it's like luck and get the attack line, the elemental line on the other one. Higher priority is 100% getting the elemental line here, though. Out of all of the things that you can do on Ein, the highest priority is getting that elemental line. After that, it's probably going to get the attack line here, rather than on the boots, if you want like an order for that. The best cube is going to be Resilience because you're going to pair her most of the time with things like Summer Anise. So you want that reload speed to proc in. Absolutely needs overspec more than Matisse. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If I have a non-gacha arc, do we include to call because it's funny? Oh my. Maybe. 10 4 4, 10 5 5. This is fine in terms of investment. I wouldn't worry too much about overload lines. Dorothy is one of those that I would just recommend to you to not invest any further into her. The only times that she's going, like, she has some times where she shines, but you already have the key skill to make her shine. And she's kind of hard to make use of in solo raid in current meta. I know that I personally have used Dorothy for some of the recent solo raids, but that was mostly because of the parts bonus, and because my volume is not very invested. So in your case, I would just hold off on investing any further on Dorothy. Summer Sakura is one of those that, one, if you want to invest into her, you kind of want to get 4 lines of elemental. But she is super niche in the win week category. She's good if there is like very consistent parts to break. So at the moment, I would hold off on investing any further into Summer Sakura, just because either we might get better win units in the near future, or even if there is a win week solo raid, you might end up going neutral because maybe there's just no parts to break or something, or not enough parts to break often enough for her to fully function. There's also the option of using mana, which is kind of like, mana is a weirdly, like, most of the time she's going to be slightly stronger than Summer Sakura, or stronger than Summer Sakura, unless there is like permanent parts to break, in which case if you have a team built around Summer Sakura is going to outperform. But now that there's mana, there's also that option too. Doros poted, what? Matt is still good. Absolute can even be fixed with favorite items, yeah. I mean, unless they create like some giga broken favorite items, there's just no way to fix them. Grave is one of those that you just kind of want to get. So for Grave, you want elemental, either attack or crit damage, and then either attack or crit damage. In a super ideal world, you would have 4 elemental, 4 attack, 4 crit damage on Grave. And the reason for that is that her skills, like the burst gives her 85% crit rate. 85% crit rate is the magic value that you guys need to always remember, because Nikas have a built-in 15% crit chance. So as soon as you have this 85% crit rate, it means that the Nikke, because of her built-in critical rate, will have 100% crit rate. That's the reason why it's 85%. That is the magic value that you will see also on things like Miranda, or that you will see on Grey, for example. Yeah, Radon has a gun. Thought that other than Maxwell, Mattis wasn't all that used. We have Treasure Drake now that is really good. S1 over S2. Now, if you care about her support capabilities, you will increase her S1 to level 10. The Burst Gauge filling speed is actually really nice because it affects all allies, so your rotations will be incredibly fast. And there is also the Pierce damage bonus in the cases where you're going to be using her with Pierce Nikkes. Most of the time, we haven't really used Grave with Alice, for example. So when it comes to Pierce damage comps, Fire Week Solo Raid, we used her with Asuka. But beyond that, we have used her a lot with what's her face? Cinderella. So we haven't really used her with Alice. Maybe at some point we will, but Crown is just that valuable for her. It's still good to have the S1 at level 10 though, just because of the burst gauge filling speed, and in the cases where you're going to be using her with Asuka, who does pierce damage or future pierce sneakers as well. S2 is mostly her own personal damage. So her personal damage is this. Because of all of these buffs are for herself and herself only, which will allow her to just do a lot of damage during full burst. Don't underestimate Graves' damage. It's actually surprisingly high. Surely Ali won't spend 3 hours for each account review. The reason why this account review is so long, Yami, is because this is someone that is asking me for getting into top 200/top 100 solo raid. If you thought that someone, like for example, let's say Tuni, if Tuni were to redeem an account review from me asking how to get consistently top 50 solo raid, that account review would take a fuck ton of time. It would take like quite a while. Because it's going to be significantly smaller details than more broad advice in that regard. Burst skill to level 10 here. For solo raid purposes, you absolutely want to go burst skill level 10. I know that I yap a lot, but there is a reason. Is it time to exit the Conga train? Jesus Christ. Your Grave out damages your Ray. Yeah, Grave has a surprising amount of damage. Grave has a surprising amount of damage. Now, the overload lines on Maddie are not like all that important. I personally like having ammo lines on her because quick scoping. But the main thing for your Maddie will be getting that burst skill to level 10. Let's see. Bunny Soda, S1 level 7, that's good because the chips are not going to go any further. And these buffs are going to be mostly like crit damage and the like. So I personally stop at S1 level 7. You do want to get the burst to level 10 though, if possible, because this is pretty big for her. S2 level 10 as well is really nice because it's the stackable buffs. Now, for her, what you want is elemental ammo attack or elemental attack ammo. Key thing being, of course, as usual, elemental. But after that, ammo is really good on her because you just don't want her to reload. Like, you want her to reload as little as possible, especially during full burst. But attack is also still pretty relevant on her. Even though she has, like, really freaking high self-attack buffs, right? Where was it? Like, even though she has a decent attack buff, it's not, like, stupidly high like Asuka. And she has okay ammo. So it's, like, elemental and then kind of, like, attack and ammo mix for the second line. Surely we'll go into into this much detail for your Arknights. What? I'm not going to do surprise redeems today because it takes a long time to set that shit up, and I haven't fully fixed it. Now, Privity is one of those that if you have the skill books to invest into, she has her place in solo raid occasionally. Personally, in your shoes, I probably wouldn't bother too much for now, but it is something to keep in mind. So the Privity with Alice and Crown is something that has been used in solo raids multiple times. It's just the classic infinite ammo Alice, basically. Which was something that we used, by the way, in Modernia solo raid. And you also used that in Modernia solo raid, now that I'm looking at the screenshots. Which probably bit you in the ass a little bit, because the reason why you go Privity Crown with Alice is for that 1-frame reload. So you're getting 32% reload speed and some attack. The attack is not super high. Now, you probably still get the 1-frame reloads even with that, because 30-something, that's 70-something. If we add in the Harmony Cube, it's... Ooh, you're a little bit off. Well, you still get like 100% reload speed, don't you? More or less. But it is worthwhile to consider eventually investing into that. You had her invested, but ended up resetting her. I see. It is somewhat of a tech that will happen, essentially. You will have moments where you will be using her in solo raid. Modernia solo raid with infinite ammo Alice is one of such examples. Bunny Alice, I wouldn't bother. Like, if you want to get high ranks in solo raid, this is like one of the primary advices that I can give for people that are getting, that are trying to get super high ranks in solo raid, like top 100 and the like, which is already like decently high rank, by the way. Is that you're going to end up using comps that are very, very moldy and that don't really rely all that much on healing. What you're trying to push is as much damage as possible and just enough to keep yourself alive to just do the whole fight. So Bunny Alice is one of those that she doesn't really have her place in the solo raids in the sense that she doesn't bring that much to the table. So I wouldn't invest any further into Bunny Alice because yeah, she gives max ammo, yeah, she gives some burst gauge feeling speed, but overall, what she brings to the table versus what you could put instead of her in the same slot, or rather as a slot in Nikka's, like as a off burst buffer and everything, will just be significantly better for a solo raid. So I wouldn't bother too much investing into Bunny Alice. On the other hand, Ray is one of those that can do quite a bit of damage as a mini Modernia for solo raid in Fire Week specifically, while offering a modicum of protection. Now on her, what you basically want is elemental 2 to 3 lines of ammo and then attack. Bunny Alice, yeah, absolutely. Now, is it worth it to reset her when you only have her at 474? A bit questionable, but definitely, yeah, she's... Like, Bunny Alice is one of those that I personally consider safe to reset because at the end of the day, where are you going to actually use her? Like, realistically speaking, is where are you going to use Bunny Alice, right? Because solo raid, she doesn't bring enough buffing that warrants her to give you a net increase, right? It's a matter of opportunity cost. What are you sacrificing that you could have put instead of Alice on that same slot? So if we're talking about Shotgun Squad, right? So if we're talking Shotgun Squad, well, Shotgun Squad is going to be Tovi, right? So you're going to have your Tovi. You're going to have your... where are they? Your Maid Privity and your Bunny Soda, right? Like, these are the standard components. Now, if you do get Treasure Drake, let's say there is a Fire Week shotgun, a Fire Week solo raid, where you're going to be putting them like this. Or you're going to be putting Nagatia with them, which is something that we've been doing recently a lot, right? You can put Nagatia. You can put, what's her face? Where is she? You can put bunnies in some cases, right? Let's imagine you want to put bunnies. Like, there is a lot of options where you're not going to be slotting Bunny Alice, right? Like, you're just not going to be realistically slotting Bunny Alice. I mean, fuck it. You could even go something like, you know, where is she? You could even go, like, Leona hasn't been put in a long time into Shotgun Squad. It really depends, but you could even put, like, Leona. And let's imagine you just want additional buffing and you don't know what to put. You could just put fucking Maxwell as an off-burst buffer and you'll still be good to go. Or you could put Mod as an off-burst auto-attack damage dealer. Or, like, there's so much that you could put that would be more value than your Bunny Alice. Like, there's so much that you could put that is more value than Bunny Alice. So yeah, I would say yes, she's safe to reset. Now, is it worthwhile to reset for just the skill books that you invested? Maybe. But at the very least, I don't see you having all that much of a use. Yo, Neko, how's it going? You made it to a stream? Yeah, you did. How's it going? Oh, guys, absolutely check out Ms. Nekopon. Now, we're doing mass shoutout because the bot is broken. But check out Neko. She's an amazing artist. She does insane art for Nika. And she streams Nika as well. And she's really entertaining to watch. But yeah, like... Helm just ate all 13 of your rocks and you have to show his 12% attack line. Damn. Yeah, that is the Nika endgame experience, Tini. It really freaking sucks. But yeah. You didn't mind? You didn't even mention Bunny Alice. She, a fall of unit, got baited by the other waifu hype. Like, yeah, I don't even bother mentioning Bunny Alice. So, there is a big difference, right? Regular Alice... top of the meta, one of the highest damage dealers in the game. Absolutely insane unit. When we're talking about Bunny Alice or Alice Wonder Rabbit or whatever the fuck her name was, not really that useful. Like, really not that useful. She can have her niche usages here and there, but you're not going to really see her for the top scores in solo raid. Unless for whatever reason there is like a extreme high lethality solo raid or something, and even then we would probably find ways to not use her. But yeah, donating 60 rocks and all this to show his 9 ED. I mean, I'm just saying what I think, Neko, right? Like, I genuinely believe what I said. Mana is one of those that you will get some usage probably for specifically win week solo raid. If I were you, Brax, I would say hold off on investing in mana. Unless you're struggling to do... Kraken with Alice, Scarlet, Black Shadow. Which, considering that you're aiming for top 100 solo raid, Kraken should be a piece of cake for you. I would hold off on investing into mana for now and just wait to see if she actually ends up being useful. She's one of those that you don't need to preemptively invest into. Just save your materials somewhat and only invest in mana if you see that she actually ends up seeing usage. You get level 8 Kraken? Yeah, then completely fine. Next skill reset books can come any sooner. Yeah, I hope they bring the skill resets soon enough. Pepper, I would just stop investing into her. This is just I love PvP moments, so that's fine. I wouldn't invest any further into Leona. So S2 level 7 is like the break point. You could go 4-7-4 or the like. I wouldn't invest any further into Leona because it's been a while since we actually last used Leona. So she might even be on the chopping block for skill resets. I would almost I'm almost tempted to tell you just skill reset Leona because we haven't really used her in a very long time. And realistically, you might end up just putting Shotgun Squad with either Bonnies or with what's her face, or with Nagatia or shit like that, right? Like Leona is like one of those that just comes and goes when it comes to solo raid usage. That you could probably afford to reset her, and if you do end up needing to invest into her for solo raid, you can just prop her back up to 4-7-4. Otherwise, if you don't feel too comfortable resetting Leona because maybe she could be useful at some point for Shotgun Squad, you could just leave her be and not touch her anymore for now. Like, she's not worth investing any further into. Beyond this... Oh, Volume is one of those that she's a luxury investment, but essentially S2 and burst skill, you could go higher if you can afford the skill books. I personally can't, so I haven't invested any further into Volume. But she's one of those that we think she's going to leave, and she ends up just not leaving, right? As much as we say that crit damage and shit is just not good. Like, funnily enough, with Masked Anchor, one of the best B1s that you can put with them is likely to be Volume. So just let that sink in. These units is kind of whatever. Rem God reset, that's completely fine. Summer Rosanna reset, that's completely fine. Let's see. Guilty is one of those that you'll mostly see for Win Week solo raid on Shotgun Squad. So I'm not gonna go too much into that. So Miranda is one of those that is just for Snow Team. Miranda Treasure is actually pretty solid for Snow Team as well. And do you have anything that should be invested that isn't? No, we're good. Okay. Just out of curiosity, I'm going to check your Lapchan real quick. Okay, good. You're one of those that didn't buy into the Lapchan treasure cope hype. Nice to see that. 3 full minute co-op battles. It's fun being held hostage by people. I mean, that's whatever. Wait till Volumes gets a treasure and becomes meta. She's already meta. What do you mean gets a treasure and becomes meta? She's already meta. We've been using her for solo raids so often. Okay, so let me just look at your solo raid scores now. So 3.4 on here. This seems like... And my score wasn't like insane by any stretch of the imagination, but like this is not a core diff type of scenario, is it? 800 mil might be some optimization issues here and there, because my maiden is also LB0 for 410. At the time she was 410.7. My Rouge was 10-10-10, Cinderella was 10-10-10. My Cinderella is like 4 elemental, 3 attack lines, 1 line of ammo, so that could make a difference for sure. Grave was burst level 10, and Red Hood was 10s across the board. But this probably could be like a piloting issue, or it could also be like as well a cube issue. I don't think a cube issue actually. 800 mil is quite a bit though. Do you remember how you played that out? Whether if it's the like of Amber Rose and on Cindy that crippled her, it definitely didn't help. I will say that much. It definitely didn't help, but it's not enough to cripple you out of 800 mil. It's definitely not enough to cripple you out of 800 mil. Now, the thing is also my Rouge is like MLB, so there is that too. That will translate to a few extra mils, but might also be like some piloting stuff for sure. Your Ein is a little bit crippled from what I remember, so you probably lost quite a bit of damage with the crippled Ein here. Because from what I remember, your Ein was crippled to some extent. Let's see. Yeah, here's your Ein. So your Ein was 1 line of attack, 1.5 lines of attack, 2 lines of elemental, 2.75% lines of elemental, let's just say that. So I wouldn't say completely crippled. Black Betty is such a good song. It's such a bop. I really like that. That's why I have it. But it definitely did cripple you a little bit. Now, there is also the fact that, for example, my Submarines is max core that helps out a lot. Like the core, there's a bit of a core diff. But for example, my Exia was not at 10s at all across skills. She was like 7s. So there is that too. If you had like a stronger Ein, you probably would have matched my score or even done higher, actually. Like easily done higher, probably. If you had like better investments in your Ein, probably. I wouldn't say match, but you would have been closer to getting the score. There's also like a little bit of core diff here because my Ein is core 1. But it definitely wouldn't hurt you to get your Ein a little bit more invested. Especially because you're going to be facing 2 really annoying enemies in campaign push. Now, you definitely want to get your Mari burst skill to level 10, but that's not what's going to what's it called, to make like the total diff here. So for example, here you had 2 extra cores on Alice, so it's probably more of a pilot thing. And also I believe your Scarlet Black Shadow was lacking some lines of attack, right? From what I remember. Because, for example, my Scarlet Black Shadow has 4 lines of attack. So she does pretty decently on neutral as well. So yeah, you're missing some lines of attack. You're missing 1 line of attack, and you're... like, this line of attack is a little bit on the lower side of things. Elemental, yeah, so you're missing one full line of attack, and this line of attack could be a little bit higher for sure. Definitely would have helped you get a slightly higher score here. Because, like, for example, your Alice is higher cores, and she has like, my Alice is a 2 ammo Alice, which is really fucked to play with sometimes. She does have like some lines of attack that help out, but you could have gotten a little bit of higher score on that front. Could also be like some piloting stuff, like for example, whether you how you broke the shoulders and everything for burst gen and rotations and everything. But that's gonna be really hard to tell if I don't see you play it out. You went for this team instead, but your Maxwell doesn't have high attack, so you probably lost out quite a bit. And your volume is not like hyper invested either, so you probably lost quite a bit on Team 5 due to not having like a strong neutral Maxwell. Because from what I remember, your Maxwell is like mostly ammo, from what I was saying earlier. She has like low, like not super high cores. She is invested, but she's like ammo, 1 line of attack, 2 lines of attack. So you probably lost quite a bit of damage there because 1, your Maxwell was not very good for neutral, and 2, your volume was not super invested. In my case, I just went an entirely different route. I just grabbed my Snow White that was really strong for neutral and grabbed Dorothy to overkill parts. So that definitely played a role. Your Tovi, I don't know how invested she was at the time, but your Tovi is significantly more invested than my Tovi at the time. What made the diff here between you and me was the fact that of course my mate Privity has cores, so that helps a lot. But my mate Privity had a decent amount of elemental from what I remember. So that definitely did play a role. In solo raid, a lot of the times, the main element is going to make a huge difference, right? So the fact that I had a good amount of elemental on Electric, on Cinderella, on Quad Elemental on my Maiden, a good amount of elemental on Mate Privity, a very good amount of elemental on Essenice. Ayn didn't have that much elemental, actually, now that I think about it. She's like 3 attack, 3 elemental or something stupid like that. My Exe was not very invested, so that bricked a little bit. But that's going to make a huge difference. Like, that's definitely going to make a huge difference to keep in mind. You all need to record your runs. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that. You're fast charging with Red Hood and using B1 Red Hood on Cindy Burst. Yeah, that's the way you gotta do it. But yeah, the lack of ammo on Cinderella is going to cripple her a little bit, but it's not enough to make like that huge of a diff. The overall elemental is going to cripple you quite a bit. Piloting is also a huge chunk of it too. Because I do have a feeling that maybe there were some piloting optimizations that you could have done. But when I look, for example, your Maiden is technically more invested than mine was at the time. 1, 2 elemental, 3 lines of elemental. So my Maiden would do almost, I wouldn't say 20%, probably closer to 10%, 15% more damage baseline because she was quad elemental. So there is already like that difference between your Maiden and mine. Even if we exclude the fact that the S1 was more invested and whatnot. So your Cinderella was really solid though, from what I remember. Could be a little bit higher elemental here and there, but she was like solid. The lack of ammo kind of crippled you, and the fact that these elemental lines are not like 20-something% is also crippling you a little bit. Beyond that, like that is for Ice Dragon. Could also be like quite a bit of piloting stuff, so that's the piloting side. I cannot tell you much because I don't see how you how you did your runs, but it definitely could play a role here. So your Asuka team, yeah, again, we're having like huge gaps here. we're having like huge gaps here. My Asuka, for example, is like 7s across the board, by the way. She's not even burst skill level 10. So what probably played here was both piloting and maybe some ammo lines on your Asuka. And maybe like Grave S1, but to some extent. I knew it was a skill issue. I'm not saying it's a complete skill issue, right? There is definitely like some piloting issues, but there is also like some optimization issues. Because, for example, my Grave S1 is level 10, so that gives that compensated a little bit my Asuka in the sense that yours is burst level 10, right? So if we look at these two, in my case, I compensated with some other stuff. Now, my Modernia is probably more built than yours, so there is that to keep in mind. But my Asuka and my Rei are like 7s across the board. My Grave is 10, 10, 10, and my Modernia is like 10, 10, 7 or something. But like, my Modernia has a decent amount of elemental, and Grave had like some, and Asuka had like ammo elemental. So there was that played as well. Because I've been like turn off recording and get more FPS to get for MGs. I mean, honestly, having a recording of the run would help so much to be able to judge like what went wrong. But that's something that I'm probably never gonna do, because that would mean that I would be doing solo raid reviews instead of like actual account reviews. That's an entirely different thing. So if we look at some other stuff, right? So the Asuka team, you lost 500 mil here. Might be linked probably to piloting, could also be linked to some lines here and there and Grave optimization. Did you have 1-frame reloads on Alice? Do you remember or not, Braxo? Because you said you reset your Privity, so I would assume that she used to be S1 level 10. So how did you... I think you lost a good chunk here to me, even though your Alice is max core, so it's not a core diff here. What ended up happening is probably that because my Alice has just straight up more elemental and my SBS has some extra attack, if we ignore like the piloting differences, that's something that maybe made a difference. Yeah, because what I mean by 1-frame reloads is that basically your Alice never reloads during bursts. So I'm just going to showcase this real quick here so that you see what I mean. So I just put this here. Let's just put crown. Let's just replicate the team, right? So for that solo raid specifically, you were using D-Killer Wife. Now your D-Killer Wife burst not being level 10 also doesn't help in some regards, but it's not going to make that huge of a difference. There's the main Privity and there's the Scarlet Black Shadow. So on this you put reload speed cube. I'm just gonna keep D-Killer Wife on that cube because it doesn't matter here. I'm just going to showcase it so that you see what I mean. So if your Privity has enough reload speed on her S1, what will end up happening is that your Alice during burst is just never reloading. So if you had like some stutters, see, like this is perfect. This is what it should look like. So I'm assuming that you didn't have that issue then. If this is enough to keep it, then we are good on that front. Now, Privity also provides an attack buff with that reload speed buff. So that is also something else to keep in mind. That will add up slightly. Because this attack buff goes like to like what, 20-something%? I don't remember the exact value that it goes to, but it's like extra attack that will add up to the other stuff. And then there is the burst skill of D-Killer Wife. Damage dealt when attacking core when you hit parts, so you could abuse that with Modernia, for example. where you would get extra core damage, and there is also like when hitting the body, you would get caster's attack, right? Not gonna make like the biggest of differences, so I will assume that here it was more like your tracking of Modernia and how you played out the fight that made a difference here for the most part, but it is something to keep in mind. And also the elemental damage difference between your Alice and mine. Because I remember yours had like a bunch of ammo, but almost no elemental. So here's ammo. That's one line of elemental, and that's 2 lines of elemental. So yours is like 46 elemental. Oh god, I need to snooze that ad ASAP so that we don't get it. Because I'm almost done, actually. So I'm gonna snooze that for so that we can get some extra time. So now if we look at the other ones, Rappy Red Hood, 100 mil diff, that's probably down to like some micro differences between yours and mine, honestly. Like some really tiny differences here and there on this. Could almost be down to frame rate, to be fair. The 2B team, you probably did something similar because mine was just completely uninvested. So this one was basically down to like some piloting diff and some attack lines on Cinderella. And then the final one, you went Dorothy here. Interesting. Well, I also went Dorothy, but okay. Down to basically comp diff to some extent, because I think Xlude, I ended up not using her that solo raid because I just couldn't slot her. And I just made like that 400 mil just by abusing Snow with triple cleave. Uninvested 2B, Heidi, we'll hear about this. But yes, so that's down for the Modernia solo raid. Modernia solo raid, I was like rank 76, I think. Let me just double check. What rank was I? But definitely, you could have ranked pretty well on that one, for sure. Let me see. Modernia solo raid. Oh, 87. Never mind. Yeah, I was rank 87 on that solo raid. Okay. So let's see. So Modernia is done. So now Behemoth. Behemoth is gonna was a solo raid that had a lot about timeline with a few extra tricks here and there for piloting. So for example, on the Scarlet Black Shadow, you could get some extra cleaves from Scarlet Black Shadow by aiming at the breakable environment whenever she ran off screen. Shotgun Squad, you had like some weird piloting quirks where you had to delay some circles so that it would line up perfectly. And you also had the Tia rocket launcher thing where you would break almost all the circles in one go with Tia. And then you had like the Cinderella shit. Now, in my case, I ran some weird as fuck stuff. So don't question 4 a.m. comps, is what I'm gonna say. Don't question the 4 a.m. comps. So what would do I even have a point of comparison here? Well, we had there's the Exia, but then I ran my fucking shit with wait, which one was? This is the Cinderella. This is mine, isn't it? Yeah, the left one is yours, 100%. Yeah, this one is mine. Like, don't question some of the 4 a.m. come shit. But do we even have a good point of comparison as a result? Because we ran like some radically different stuff. This was the Cinderella comp. You probably could have gone a little bit higher than. Although, you definitely could have scored a little bit higher, but yeah, like your Ein is not as invested as mine. Your SNEs, of course, is not max score like mine. And is not nearly as invested as mine either, because mine is like attack and elemental. So that also doesn't help you, but like there is some piloting stuff that you could have probably done to get better scores, because like this team comp had the potential to do more than this one for sure. Because here I was just leeching off. I was having Scarlet just leech off from Helm instead of running her with bunnies, for example. And I ran the bunnies with Shotgun Squad. So yours had the higher, your team comps had the higher damage potential for sure. Did you die during this solo raid, Brax? So do you remember if you died or not? Just before we get that freaking ad. But yeah, none of your team wiped. So yeah, definitely you could have gotten some extra damage then. Like there are some piloting tricks here and there that you could have definitely used. Definitely some piloting tricks you could have used then. Okay. So I guess it's a mix of elemental investments for you and piloting. Because definitely elemental damage will carry you quite a bit. Like that is something to keep in mind. So I would recommend, of course, like look up some of the piloting tricks that people do. Like hang out in Comcord, ask around people, hang around Sky's streams, or hang around like Shinono's stream. Like Shinono is a really good one to watch for that. Actually, as much as I like Sky for solo raid, you're probably better off watching Shinono for that type of stuff. Like Shinono is a good one to watch for solo raid stuff. Like I don't think he explains that much, but he's like a really, really fucking good player. So you could learn a thing or two just from watching him. Definitely you can ask me and you can ask like people around as well. And it's also a matter of indexing your elemental. Because having the elemental damage built for the Nikes for the solo raid is going to make a massive difference. And look at Pridewind tier list. Come on. As much as I like Gatrix and the boys from Pridewind, yeah, no. That's not what Pridewind is for. At least I don't think they have done anything solo raid related. Definitely there are some investments here and there that you could do to improve. Like, for example, Maddie getting the burst to level 10 for that attack damage buff is going to be really huge. Because the attack damage buff that she gives is like kind of universal. Right, so that's going to be really useful. And there's like a few skills here and there. Yo, how's it going, Artha? Pridewind is the what gospel? What do you mean? Oh my god. Pridewind catching strays as usual. They know a lot of their stuff. It's just they have some takes that I personally disagree with from time to time. But they have, like, the people that are right, especially, like, Gatrix and whatnot, they know their stuff. Yeah, do you have any additional questions, Braxo? Brasco, I mean. I don't know if you can hear me, though. I guess we'll have to wait out the ads. Look at him for all of my advice, Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah, they're definitely more trustworthy than certain other sources. Still doing account reviews, yeah. The problem is that whenever I open the floodgates on account reviews for free, it's the actual floodgates that open. I'm not directly avoiding to reading them. It's just that I know exactly what you mean by hardcore esports player. And I've mentioned multiple times, I'm on good terms with him. Even if I don't agree with his takes when it comes to meta and investments and a lot of stuff Nikke related, I'm on good terms with the person that you're referring to. The gates are open, but they refuse to close afterwards. Technically, this is not as bad as last time I opened the floodgates, because last time I opened the floodgates of the free account reviews was not that long after I made my Zero to Hero video on how to play like a top player. And that one brought a few people. And when they saw that I was doing free account reviews, it was like on cooldown floodgates type of shit. Now that I think about it, actually, I'm gonna fetch that. I'm gonna fetch that video because it's gonna be really useful for Brasco. Now that I think about it. So Brasco, I don't know if you have watched my video on my Zero to Hero how to play like a top player. But this one will help you a lot on the piloting side issue of your solo raid
I'm
adventures.
new here, can I get advice on how to get top 50 solo raid KEKG?
So I don't know if you've watched that video, Brasco, or if you can probably hear me now, right? I think. But that video covers like the techs and tricks and everything. Yeah, how's it going, Major Spam? That video covers like a bunch of techs. Now, you also asked me to check your mirror container hard mode. So I'm just going to finish up on that, and then we'll go on to the next account. Unless you have any questions. But if we go by this, you're probably... I would probably do something like this, right? So you're going to have your crown. We're not going to do crown Naga, so it doesn't matter where you position your crown. You're going to have your Cinderella, and for mirror container hard mode, you're going to be using Ein. Now, I personally prefer using crown SMEs. And for the B1, you can either go Rouge or you could go Leader. This really hinges on how strong your team is when using Rouge versus Leader. Good frame of reference is just like if you can break the first glass slipper, right? The reason why you want to go Ein no matter what is for breaking the glass slippers. I personally am not a huge believer in Maiden being able to break those, but maybe. I'm more than willing to be proven wrong, but as far as I know, the best team comp is basically something along these lines. And like Yanni, that's one of my friends. There's Tuni as well, another one as well. Like you can really see how this goes. So Mui, wow, that is a impressively low clear. The fuck? That is a really impressively low clear. Also, Magan is back into the game. Foggies, he finally got past the mirror container. Yeah, how's it going, Grynex? I think I did watch it, but I've watched a couple of vids. Oh, thanks a lot. I appreciate that. But yeah,
Electric code is stacked. We need more water code.
True, true. But yeah, so for mirror container, like a few things to keep in mind. So the text video that I showed you, that I linked, talks about that tech video. I also have like my guide for mirror container hard push, along with my own clear of mirror container. Personally, I like doing it with desync. Some people don't. So for example, Tuni did it without desync, but I personally like doing it with desync. You really want to timeline your shit. Now here comes the part where you could break it like this, or you could just wait it out. The reason why you want to sometimes just wait it out is because of the fact that the entire timelining of mirror container is linked on phase 1 is linked to those glass slippers. If you want to delay mirror container as far as humanly possible, you want to break those glass slippers as late as you can. Now, the only reason you would actually want to break them is if you don't have a crown shield. That's kind of the only reason why you would want to do that. Now, the timelining issue is going to be whether you open with Ein or whether you open with with Cinderella to know for the burst rotation. Here, if you timeline a little bit better than I did, you can break the... you can squeeze that burst that I had at the ready. And after that, it's going to be a matter of whether or not you can break the glass slippers, right? Now, if you can break the first glass slipper, you're kind of good to go. That's like the big thing about... Oh, that got clipped, didn't it? Yeah. Gotta be careful with them randomly clipping, but it seems like you have the damage, though. If a random fucking clip from Cinderella did that much damage, it's gonna be interesting. But the first break is like the most important one. What? Oh, I did it too soon, didn't I? But yeah. It's kind of the route you're gonna want to go. Now, if your Rouge doesn't buff enough to break or to make a difference, you can just swap for leader. And what you're gonna do is that you're going to line up the leader buffs with... Yeah, I need to wait for it to glow blue to do it. Now, with the leader buffing, you're going to do quite a bit of damage too. And the key thing is going to be to line up that leader buffing with what's it called? With your breaking of the glass slipper. If you line it up properly, you should be able to get that easily. Now, what I don't like about the leader one is that means that during phase 1, you're going to have this really awkward, ramp up initially, which makes it really... and you also don't have the healing, which is really awkward as well. Like, not having this healing is also going to make it really awkward later on because you can afford less damage in general. Like, you cannot afford to take as much damage as you would if you had a Rouge that basically pseudo-heals. See? But yeah, that's kind of like the two that... you don't need healing for this boss. It just means that you need to be more careful. Because if you eat too much of the Gatling gun, then you will
After
pay
a long
that
day of
later
work,
on.
can je West goes to his, can je nest to take his, can je rest? He wakes up feeling his, can je best.
The fuck?
Then he'll get, can je dressed on his, can je vest to go on a, can je quest. He goes to church and becomes, can je blessed? Then to a hotel room to be a,
What
can
the
je guest.
fuck, Ragnar?
Then to school to take his, can je test.
Recovery is also
He
solo raid
forgot to
related,
brush
but I
his
explain
teeth.
once you get to it.
Did
Okay.
hij run out of, can je crest? His neighbor stole it, what a, can je pest.
So it's not a matter of buffing Grindix. When I say whether you go first for Cinderella or if you go first for Ein is more timing related. Is about getting the Ein burst for specific timings, right? Like, especially for the charge damage buff that she grinds herself. Because this charge damage buff, when combined with her own attack buff and everything, will make it easier to break that glass slipper. And it also will mean about lining up. There's also the fact that you could, in theory, kind of cope with Cinderella stacking a little bit more of her stacks of Beautiful, but technically it's more about timing than anything. But yeah, that should about cover your account, Brasco. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions about anything that I said? No questions? Thanks for the review. No worries. My pleasure. Okay, so I'll be completely out of your account now, and let's go on to the next one. You better not have any questions about all that yapping. I mean, come on, it's not that bad. You'll make it sound way worse than it actually is. I'm just very thorough with my account reviews. That's all it is. Okay, so Brasco is done. So Kino-kun, manifest yourself, or we will manifest our destiny on your ass. Wait, what? Elena get masked. Yo, how's it going, Lord? Yes, I got masked. So Kino-kun, manifest yourself, or we shall manifest our destiny on your ass. Where are you? No, you're not here, Kino. Okay. I don't see Kino-kun on the list, so we're just gonna skip him. It refunded? You wanted to hear it? What the fuck? Yeah, there's a reason that got refunded, probably. Okay, so Kino is getting skipped. So we're gonna go into Lyra. So I'm just gonna put it. So Lyra, manifest yourself in my DMs by sending me your email, and we'll be able to do the account review. But yeah, how's it going, Lord? Also, let me shout you out, homie. Oh, wait. Gotta do... There we go. Oh, man. Did anyone listen to Homicide by Logic back when it came out? That was such a bop. Like, such a dig at mumble rappers, too. Doing a quick tower run? Yeah, no worries.
996662 asked me, is Fortis Arcana a true Neterar protagonist?
The fuck?
The spicy world of Neterar discussions. Well,
does she
Fortis
even know
Arcana
what it
might
is?
just be living their best protagonist life. But hey, whether it's Neterar or another genre, as long as they're having fun and causing some chaos in the chat, it's all good for the stream.
Oh no.
Right?
Oh
Let's
no.
just say they're adding their own plot twist.
Oh no. Oh my.
Patrick, get on the ground. My spatula's ready
What
to
a
slap you
reminder.
around.
The
Vein
fuck?
throbbing, non-stopping, my balls black and
Thanks for
blue.
the hydrate.
Just when I think about you.
Oh, this is one of my favorite songs by Oh wow, this is actually one of my favorite songs by Nujabes. I don't know if you guys have ever listened to this one. The City Lights by Nujabes. Already sent you my email, so you'll do a quick DM check. Okay, so let's see. Oh, yeah. It is. Here it is. The thing is, you gotta remember that this shit gets buried into, this shit gets buried in my DMs, right? That's why I need people to bump from time to time. So here's the code, sent. Code has been sent, Lyra. Yeah, no, this shit eventually just disappears in my DMs. Especially when you have people like Yami that is just sending me his overloaded luck.
I mean, sure.
Like, can we just have a big 07 in the chat for Yami? Yo, chat, management has asked you to spot the difference. Spot the difference. And this is with a locked line, by the way, so he spent 2 rocks for this crap. Beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Gotta love when that happens. Yep, it's just -2 rocks, basically. Bro just got netted -2 rocks for absolutely no changes whatsoever. Thanks for the code. Poor Yami, though. Were you NA or global? I don't remember. Oh, also spoons. There we go. So you were on... Because I never remember these. Were you on NA or global? I think you were NA, right, Lyra? From what I remember. Yeah, NA, okay. Mainly want to get top 3% on water raid. You did some investment. Don't look at my helm. Okay. I mean, yeah. Surely can't be that unlucky, dude. What was the cheese strat with Rosanna again? The cheese strat with Rosanna. Are you talking about PvP or about PvE? Cheese strat with Rosanna. Because in PvP, there is a cheese strat with Rosanna. For PvE, though, that cheese strat has not been used since forever. Oh, in PvP, there is like multiple things about about OG Rosanna. There is the fact that she strips buffs, so she just kind of naturally counters Jackal comps. And the cheese strat is something that only works if you're kind of overpowering your enemy already, which was that you can put a level 1 Nikke. So what JP, for example, did is they put a level 1 Mast so that that Mast gets killed, and when Mast gets killed, it will trigger Rosanna's Vendetta, which will make her gain a chunk of burst gauge, and it will also make her hit harder, which leads into just Rosanna assassinating shit, and then quick and bursting faster. It's a really, really specific cheese, though. And it only works if you don't get CP gapped by having a level 1 or easy to kill Nikke that will die instantly on one of the edges. That PvP strat really only works if somehow you're not CP gapped by having that level 1 Nikke. Because, as I said, Rosanna has this ability that whenever someone in your team gets killed, she herself buffs her own damage and also feels a portion of your burst gauge instantly. What about Helm Burst Rush? Helm Burst Rush is not so much of a burst rush rather than the fact that Treasure Helm herself... right, Lyra doesn't have Treasure Helm. So Treasure Helm, her S1, every time she full charges a shot, it's 14% of the burst gauge, which is fucking massive, by the way. Which makes her one of the top burst gen Nikkes even in PvP. Just because of this. It's absolutely stupid. So that's what ends up happening with when you start seeing helms crop up in PvP, those are treasure helms. Those are treasure helms. There is no other way to use helm in PvP. You can look for the OLs of water units, just don't look at my doll. The thing about Water Week solo raid is that, for example, Emilia is not worth investing for the most part. Like, it's kind of pointless. So I wouldn't bother too much with Emilia. You're better off going with some strong water Nikkes, like, for example, where the fuck is she? Quincy Escape Queen and Christmas Ludmilla. You could have things like Rem God, not so much as like a carry or whatever, but to feel some of the water QT related shit. You could rush technically Treasure Helm to get like S1 and S2 up and running. But after that, you're just better off running neutral. Because on neutral, that's the really funny shit, is that on neutral, Cinderella will do a fuck ton of damage. On neutral, Alice and Scarlet Black Shadow will do a fuck ton of damage. Etc., right? That's the thing to keep in mind. Like, water element is in such a shite spot that you're better off going neutral most of the time. That's kind of like the lesson of this of the water solo raids, is that water is in such a shit spot that you're better off going neutral. Like, for example, I'm not a believer of Christmas Guillotine. I'm willing to be proven wrong, but I do not believe in Christmas Guillotine, like, at all. If we're talking like water investments, yeah, Quincy Escape Queen. You might want to get that S2 up. You might want to get that burst up, and maybe to some extent this, but it's like, yeah, like distributed damage up thingy. I personally prefer the S2, S2 burst skill, but yeah, and get like quad elemental on Quincy. Like if you really care about that solo raid, get elemental here, and like get a higher elemental roll here. How many rocks do you have? You don't have any rocks. So yeah, so focus on getting elemental here, and that's kind of like where your wheel's standing at on water. S2, you can increase a little bit further. Burst skill, you can increase it further. Technically, skill 1, you need to increase it at least to level 7. When it comes to neutral, that's the thing, is that you're gonna be... Do you have a core that you haven't... Are you a psychopath? Are you a psychopath by any chance? You do know that this is a 2% stat increase on your Maxwell that will be very useful. That would be very useful to do more damage. Same for, I believe, your Ein. Oh wait, is it? No, yeah, it is a core sitting here as well. You save those for weeklies. It's fine to save those for weeklies when you're not being a psychopath about it. So how many weeks are you saving for exactly? Just out of curiosity, right? Like, I'm not flaming you. I'm just asking, how many weeks are you saving for? Like, just like, there comes a point you gotta reason that this is no longer I am saving for the weeklies. This is I just have a hoarding problem and I need an intervention, right? Just like you do for alcoholics, there is also interventions for people that have hoarding disasters, like disorders. And this is your intervention right now. How many weeks do you think you're saving for right now with all these labels? And there is some Nikas in here that definitely could use, you know, those limit breaks. And that would do more damage for your solo raids, for your campaign push, for your tower push. And, you know, tribe tower push as well, right? You just save them. That's the thing, is it's fine to save them. It's completely fine to save them. Just save smart. So when it comes to things like primary meta damage dealers, there's no point in saving them. This Maxwell in your Missilist Tower or in your solo raids or whatever other place you're going to use your Maxwell is going to be useful. If you have Snow White built, this is huge for Snow White because she compounds that 2% in extra stats into a massive hit with her burst. Electric Push, if you were struggling with Mirror Container, or if you have to fight like Behemoth, and you don't have like other electric Nikas, because I don't know if you have like Summeranis and other shit. You do have Summeranis, you do have things, so for Behemoth you're kind of fine. But let's say you're going to meet Mirror Container hard mode, Crystal Chamber hard mode, because you're nowhere close to Mirror Container. Like Crystal Chamber hard mode or some other shit down the line, you're going to want to have these cores on your Ein and your other Nikas. Unless you're intentionally trying to do record clears, which is fine. These are going to be really useful to have. Check my profile and see the story. Yeah. So unless you're trying to intentionally not have higher combat power by not putting those, like D-Killer Wife, she has of Caster's attack. So you're intentionally kneecapping your D-Killer Wife right now. So attack of Caster's attack right here on her burst. You're intentionally lowering this, which is kind of unfortunate, right? Like, it doesn't seem like much, but it will add up over time. So there are like many of these you can just save them. Like, it's fine to save them for the weeklies. But there's just a select few in here that it makes no sense to not slot them in. I don't know if you use Guillotine on Elysian Tower, but this would be really nifty to have on Guillotine for Elysian Tower. Like I said, D-Killer Wife, Snow White, Ein, and the Maxwell that we saw earlier. Like, all of these are things that would be useful to have. And I'm not saying this just for you, Lyra, because I know that I have a bunch of viewers that are lurking in the chat. I've done many account reviews. Like, I've done many hours of account reviews this week, and I've done many account reviews even before that. I've seen a lot of people that save those for the weeklies, as they say. The problem is you can save them for the weeklies, just save them smartly. Don't slot in, like, save the ones that are for useless Nikkas. Like, Crow, be my guest. Doesn't matter if you slot it in. Like, fucking Julia. Who gives a shit about Julia, right? Like, Rupee, I mean, besides her having a bunch of simps, she's just bloody useless. Like, you're not gonna ever make use of her, so it's completely fine. Neve is just completely fucking worthless. Signal is absolutely fucking useless as well. You know, like, all of these, it's fine to just not put them in and save them for the weeklies. But for the ones that you frequently use, and especially the ones that are primary damage dealers or that have things related to caster's X, so caster's HP, caster's attack, etc., those are worth to slot in. That's where I'm going for. For the Hordia. As a set of our Hoarder, we spend the dupes on the ones we don't play. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that I'm not going to slot them myself because that's up to you to handle your account however you want. But that is something to keep in mind. It's a damage loss for your Maxwell. It's a damage loss for the team that D-Killer Wife is going to be buffing. It's a damage loss for your Snow White. It's a damage loss for your Ein. And it's a damage loss as well for your Drake if you ever go for Treasure. Oh, wait, this is not... oh, yeah, it's for the doll that it's pinging. Wait, have you not done the quest for... Okay, you definitely do want to do the quest, by the way. Okay. But yeah, like, these are some things to keep in mind. Now, I'm going to start looking at your account for solo raid purposes, but it's probably going to go a little bit faster than the previous one. Because there's, first and foremost, a lot of things that overlap with what I said earlier. But also, like, yeah. If you want for neutral, get attack. If you want, like, that's one line of attack, 2 lines. Oh, attack, 3 lines of attack. So you're low on elemental on your Cinderella, but you do have the lines of attack. Yeah, that black line of attack is really nice as well. So this you can just lock and... Ooh. Wait, how did that happen? 1,400 custom locks, but no custom modules. Interesting. Okay, so... Cinderella, you're going to want to get her S1 to level 10 and her burst skill to level 10. This is going to be relevant. We need SSR Neve. Can't get away with saying Neve is useless. Neve is useless unless, like, for some reason you hyper invest and under invest on other stuff. Okay. Now, that's completely understandable. Now, if you care about solo raid ranking, very likely you're going to be using Cinderella on this water solo raid as a neutral damage dealer. Because Cinderella does a metric fuck ton of damage. So this is one of those that you might want to consider building for the sake of the solo raid as well. And just for future solo raids as well. Thing is, Cinderella just does a metric fuck ton of damage with her burst. It's just it's completely absurd. So getting her burst to level 10 and getting her S1 to level 10 is going to help you a lot on many things. Behemoth campaign, hard campaign push when you start hitting the electric weak bosses. It's going to help you a lot in Union Raid. And even on neutral for solo raid, she's going to hit very hard. So, for example, when I was showcasing, like, the Modernia shit, right? On Modernia, let me just grab mine, because I know that it's somewhere in here. On Modernia Solo Raid... Wait, where the fuck did I put my Modernia Solo Raid shit? Did I put it twice? Oh my god, I hate myself sometimes. I completely hate myself sometimes. Okay, there we go. I found my Modernia Solar Raid stuff. Okay, there we go. I found it. So on Modernia Solar Raid, we ended up using her on neutral on Modernia because she still does a metric fuck ton of damage regardless. So you have here the Cinderella comp that was used in the Solar Raid, and this is on neutral, right? And this is on neutral. You have to imagine that something similar is going to happen to Water Week Solar Raid because Cinderella just hits that hard. And the thing about Water Week Solar Raid is that, what's it called? We don't really have that many good water units. Even if we look at like the most recent Water Week Solar Raid, we haven't gotten much in the water department that would help us not have to run a bunch of neutral. So you're still gonna probably be running your neutral shit like shotgun. We're probably going to replace one of these teams with the Cinderella team for neutral, right? So for example, we ended up using Ein. Like, you gotta realize that water is so shit that we ended up using Ein on neutral because it was better than many other options. And in this case, instead of using Ein, we're probably gonna end up using Cinderella on one of the neutral teams. We might replace the Red Hood on neutral with as well something else. Like, we might just do something on that regard, right? Like, we might just run Rapier Red Hood or something. Or we might do something different. Nihilister Solo Raid, if you want to check that out. I mean, I don't need to. I know exactly what you run. I saw it back in the day. But that's like the things to keep in mind. And that's why it's interesting to invest into Cinderella. Because even on neutral damage, she will do a lot for you, Lyra. Again, if you care about... Ooh, this is... Okay, so this is a pretty high priority for you here. Get that ammo up, get that elemental up with one single reroll. Same here. Like, this is like half a line of ammo. Like, right now it looks like you have 2 lines of ammo, but in reality it's like 1 line of ammo, realistically speaking. Same here, it's like 2/3 of a line of ammo. And here you have like some elemental, which is nice, and charge speed. But you have like 2/3 of a line of ammo here, and like 1 line of ammo here, between these 3 lines of ammo. That's what's realistically happening with your Alice right now. And that's going to break you a lot when it comes to playing Lyra. Because realistically speaking, you only have like 1 and 2/3 of a line of ammo. Instead of 3. That's huge. Like, imagine going from like 1.5 to 1. Like, let's say actually for simplification purposes, you're going from 1.5 lines of ammo to 3 lines of ammo. That's huge for Alice, especially on neutral. And you know you're going to be using Alice on the upcoming Water Week Solo Raid because we have fuck all to use in Water Week anyway, so you're going to default to the best neutral units. So that's going to be huge for you already. Like, your Alice right now is probably like, what? 9 ammo Alice? She's probably like 9 to 10 tops, right? Isn't she? Like, not even. Like, hold on, let me just check. I'm pretty sure she's like 9 to 10 tops. Like, tops. Where, in fact, because you have 3 lines of ammo, if you got them all to like 60-something%, instead of having like 9, maybe 10 tops, you would have 17 ammo. 17 to 18 ammo. That's a huge difference. Yeah, so 12 ammo. A little bit higher than I thought. But you would go to like, you would get like 6 extra ammo or something. Right. Like, you would instantly go to like 6 additional bullets. And that's 6 additional bullets that you can fire during full burst without reloading. Like, that's the big consideration to keep in mind. Is that those are some extra 6 bullets that you could fire off during full burst without having to reload. And it will add up. because the more you delay reloading during full burst, especially with Alice, the more damage you will have. Glory, there's a guillotine main out there stacking his winter guillotine for the upcoming solo raid. That would be really funny. I personally am not a huge believer of Christmas guillotine, but I am more than willing to be proven wrong. You have a nearly 10-10-10 Rapi Red Hood. So this is her personal damage. If you use her as a B1 mostly, this is kind of fine. Especially since you also need to invest in your Cinderella, so... You might want to invest a little bit further in your Cinderella and just save your Rapi as a B1. Ammo attack here. Well, you're not very lucky with rerolls, are you? You might want to get a little bit extra ammo. Like, you might want to get a little bit of extra ammo, but considering the rocks that your rock economy, I would probably save them. Ooh, Scarlet. Okay, scratch that. Your highest priority is getting your Scarlet Black Shadow to 10-7-10. Especially S2 to level 7 for going infinite, S1 to level 10 for the damage, and Burst Skill for even more damage. This is a very common thread I see amongst account reviews for lower level, like to less veteran players, let's put it that way, is Scarlet Black Shadow is just kind of left in disrepair. Been mostly working on SBS, which is why she's like that right now. Okay, that makes sense. You definitely do want so higher priority than getting S1 to level 10 is getting S2 to level 7 here. The reason for that is just so that she goes infinite with her refund. Now, you will definitely want to reroll a lot of these, because a lot of these rolls are just bloody useless. Like, this is bloody useless. This is a full reroll. So, your boots are a full straight-up reroll. Your chest piece, you could lock and roll for attack, but honestly... And your headpiece is also just straight up a full reroll. Like, sure, I always preach about having one good line of ammo on Scarlet Black Shadow, but just as a frame of reference, my Scarlet Black Shadow for the longest time did not have that line of ammo, but because she had two lines, like she had quad attack, quad elemental, she was still getting away with it very well. And you can still rotate, like we mentioned with Tuni earlier. You can still rotate quickly enough to the point where the line of ammo is more like an added bonus. The reality, though, is you really want to get, like attack or elemental or both here. And you'll want to do the same here long term. For now, the main focus is definitely going to be S2 to level 7. And then finish up S1 and Burst Skill. Ooh, Red Hood is another one that is in dire need of investments, I see. Ooh, that's gonna be so you're gonna want to increase the burst skill, basically. Like on her, you're gonna want to increase the burst skill to level 10. The other two, you can kind of leave them at level 7 on both for now. The burst skill is going to be the most important thing, because Red Hood, you're very often going to be using her as a B1 buffer, even in solo raid. Of course, you can use her as a B3 main damage dealer, but there's also many cases where you will end up with Red Hood as a B1 buffer. Maybe for your account, not so much, though. But it's definitely, like, burst skill is going to be the higher priority regardless. In your case. Like, Red Hood, burst skill to level 10 is going to be your higher priority here. And the other two to level 7 initially, that's completely fine. Eventually, she will have to be 10-10-10. But what's it called? At least the burst skill to level 10 is the most important thing on your Red Hood. OL-wise, honestly, if you can try to get, like, elemental or attack. I'm actually going to lower the expectations here a little bit, because the more I look at this and also at the sync, I realize that maybe I've been thinking a little bit too much back to the other accounts that I've been seeing that were further in progress. I'm gonna say try to aim for one useful line per piece of gear of primary damage dealers. So what I mean by primary ones, you're going to look for one useful line on Cinderella per piece of gear, one useful line per piece of gear on Rappy, same for Scarlet Black Shadow. Like those are gonna be the ones that are gonna be the best for you to have, like that one line useful line. Alice, try to get those lines of ammo. And of course, like the skills, like I mentioned, Scarlet Black Shadow 10, 7, 10. Red Hood, you can go 7, 7, 10 for now. Cinderella, 10, 7, 10 you can go. And then you'll just continue. The book being well dry 1,000 years at this point. Oh yeah, it's always going to be dry on books. Even at the highest end of the game, it's always going to be dry on books. I'm dry on books. Almost every top-end player is dry on books unless they buy them from the shop on cooldown. Like, whenever they pop or whatever. I don't buy books, so I'm always dry on them. And it's a lot of money, so I wouldn't recommend it either. Unless you're like a Geo whale that can afford it. Laplace, I would just stop investing into her. Like, don't bother, honestly. You have better skills to invest. Tovi, like your Tovi is more invested than mine used to be. So don't touch her any further. Because you have other Nikas that are in desperate need of more investment than what Tovi would ever hope to bring to the table. Same for Exia, for example. Just don't bother going any further. Because, for example, you have SNEs that is in dire need of investment. So for Summer and Nice, I would probably invest in her skill 1. Because you have... what's her face? You have Cinderella. And Cinderella, you're going to be using her on neutral. Whereas Summer and Nice, you might use her on neutral, but not... As a primary dealer, yes and no. But compared to Cinderella, not as much. However, Summer and Nice is going to very often be reduced to being Cinderella's bitch. We saw that in the main campaign story. We saw how she got burned by Cinderella to the crisp in chapter 34. And that also extends to gameplay. She's going to be Cinderella's little bitch and only going to buff her. Like, very often, she's going to be reduced into a buffer when you're going to go into those neutral scenarios. So, lore accurate Anis with regards to Cinderella. Let's put it that way. I can make a priority list. Rem God, honestly, low-key reset, but you can leave her at 777 for now because we have the Water Week solo raid coming up soon. But Rem God is one of those that, unless you have a lot of skill books to spare, you're not going to invest super deeply into her. I invested into Rem God way, way back, thinking that maybe we would get more rocket launcher meta Nikas that would go with Rem God. But what ended up happening is that the B2 slot kept getting crowded and crowded with supports, and she never really saw the time to shine. So, Rem God, you could consider eventually resetting her for the sake of other better Nikas, at least for now. Reset her once you get those. I mean, you can wait for after the solo raid, unless we get them before, which would be weird, but whatever. Soda, Bunny Soda, you could go 777, but it's kind of like, It's really pain Pekka because you have stuff that is just straight up higher priority. Same for OG Scarlet, you can just almost straight up hold off investing further into her. For D-Killer Wife, don't bother investing in S1 as much, and Burst Skill you can hold off as well. The most important thing is just getting this skill to level 10 so that you get the 7 seconds cooldown reduction. This is like the key thing about D-Killer Wife. The other two, you can leave them at level 4 for now, and you can be as cheap as you can. Same for Rouge, you can just be as cheap as you want and have her at 10-4-4. The most important thing is the cooldown reduction on her skill 1. That's like the key thing. This is basically, unless you're a PvP enjoyer, Lyra, I would say just reset this. Because you don't even have the charge speed to you. Like, you have one line of charge speed. Like, Amelia is one of those that, again, I'm more than welcoming to be proven wrong, but so far she has never really performed in a solo raid environment. We didn't use her in Land Eater solo raid, and I believe we barely use her against Nihilister, so yeah. 777 across the board would be a good stopping point initially for your Asuka. Asuka can ironically be used on neutral if you have like a lot of permanent peers, so which is what ended up happening with some solo raids. For now, I wouldn't invest too much further into Asuka because you're kind of good on that front. For Maid Privity, by the way, it's S1 over S2. The reason for that is that the damage comes from her S1. S2 is just kind of like a weird self-buffing ability. So S1 over S2. You could go 7s across the board, but honestly, for now, focus on the other Nikkes. Helm, I see that you're going for treasure. Don't invest any further into her for now beyond getting the treasure. You could theoretically go a little bit higher on the S1 once you have the treasure, but honestly, again, you have higher priority Nikkes. Where you could get, for example, Christmas Ludmilla burst skill to level 7. You could get her skill 2 to level 7. You could go like 10-7-7 specifically for the Water Week solo raid. Because it's going to be Material H, and Material H tends to have permanent core. Tends to. Like, I'm not saying it's going to have permanent core because we never know what Shift Up cooks. But Material H tends to have core up, at least at high up times. So, yeah. Yeah, these are like some common things. So, Maiden, I would hold off investing further into her because the upcoming solo raid is water. And the thing about Maiden is that her buff is elemental damage for electric code Nikkes. So you're not going to get a huge amount of bang for your buck when it comes to investing further into Maiden. Because right now the electric Nikkes that you will be using are going to be on neutral. Snow... Oh, this is completely overinvested. So, Snow, you're going to reset her, and you're going to go 4-4-10 on her. The reason we are cheapening out on both S1 and S2 is that S1 is not very useful, and S2 is mostly the crit fishing skill, as we say. And in your case, I don't think we need to worry too much about like crit consistency and the like. Because your Snow is like lacking attack rolls, elemental rolls, and all of that stuff. So you're mostly going to be using her kind of like a quote-unquote vanilla Snow. You just care for the EVA collab, Fire Code. We don't know what they're going to be. Like, some people have been saying that they're going to be Wind Code. It's going to be interesting, to say the least. You could get your Quincy to 7s across the board. For the Water Week solo raid specifically. Especially considering that you have, like, technically some lines of Elemental. You have 2 lines and a half of Elemental. This one is definitely a full reroll for 1 Elemental line, though. But you could go, like, for 7s across the board, and she will be pretty serviceable for solo raid. Same here. Don't invest any further into S1 or S2. The only thing relevant is the burst skill. In her case. You don't need to overload her either because you're not using her in campaign push. So the only reason we used to overload Blanc is for campaign pushing. Because the only other value that you could get out of overloading her is increasing her healing. Because her healing is caster's final max HP. So the extra stat increase in HP from the overloads would increase her healing. But as you have noticed when it comes to solo raid trends, we don't really rely on healing all that much. Even on something as heavy as fucking Behemoth, we didn't really go all that much into defensives. We just really played life on the edge. And that is something, a mindset that you're going to have to get used to. Is that when it comes to pushing solo raid or pushing really deep high deficit campaign push and the like, what you really only want to have is just barely enough to survive and just go all in on damage. this game highly rewards being very aggressive because, as the joke kind of goes, the best healing is just straight up killing. And Nikke being time, like everything is kind of a time attack, everything is time limited. You want to push as much the aggression as possible so that you also don't get timed out. It's all about big PP damage, basically. You beat Behemoth with like almost 100k deficit. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is like, you get what I mean, is when it comes to pushing very high deficits, or when it comes, some people might think, oh, we need to go more defensive to be able to survive. No, you just go more aggressive because Shade is going to one-shot you anyways. And when it comes to solo raid, you're just going to push and live on the edge as much as possible. It doesn't matter if your Nikkes are at 1 HP, as long as they don't hit 0, that's all that matters, right? Unless you have like a Nikke that has HP-related abilities, but realistically speaking, most of them are not meta. As long as your Nikkes are like 1 HP, whether they're 1 HP or like full HP, doesn't matter. As long as you just fucking push the damage and you stay alive until the end. That's all that really matters. It's kind of like for those who, okay, so I don't know how many of you in chat play Magic the Gathering. But we have a saying in Magic the Gathering where it's like, the only hit point that matters is the last one before you die. Every other hit point beyond, above that is just a resource to consume and to use to push an advantage over the opponent. It's the same logic in Nikke. You're not going to go defensive, you're just going to go all in on the aggro, because that's what's going to allow you to get better scores or actually kill the enemies in high deficit push. Okay, so Grave, you're gonna have to invest eventually getting her burst skill to like level 7 at least. Don't bother too much investing into S1 or S2 because you're super low on books. But Grave's burst skill is attack damage buffing that will be really useful for a good amount of your Nikkes. So this is something that you definitely need to take into consideration. Drake is going to get a treasure, but it's kind of whatever. Okay, let's see. Let's see. So once we are past those, we're gonna hit Ein. So Ein is one of those 7 across the board. That's fine. You can leave her there. Eventually, you'll want her at 10s across the board, but that's probably not happening anytime soon. Nagatia being this low is a little bit concerning, so I'm gonna have to take a look at that after I look at your Modernia. Modernia, I probably wouldn't bother investing too much into her for now because you have many better things to do. Summer Sakura, you can just straight up probably reset her. In the sense that you're so low on skill books and you have so many other things that are more worth your attention that, yeah, like Leader, for example, you're gonna want to get her burst skill to, like, get at least S1 and burst skill to level 7. And eventually you'll want to get the burst skill to level 10. And S1 to level 10 even longer term. She's still one of the key buffers on the burst 1 slot. Your Alice Wonderland bunny, this is a full reset. Absolutely no use in her. Noir, that's kind of fine. Don't invest any further into her burst. That's kind of a waste of materials. Same for Privity. It's like you can go investing into S1, but for now I would hold off. S2 and burst skill are not worth the investment. You can stop at level 4 basically. Tia Naga, though, that's kind of an unfortunate situation that you have going here. Tia S1 level 10. We still use Naga Tia to this day in not in campaign, in solo raids, so it's still worth to have it. And Naga S1 to level 10 would be really useful. Long term, you might want to have her at like 10, 7, 7, and then eventually long term go 10, 10, 10. But for now, S1 to level 10 is going to be one of those huge things for you. Like that core damage bonus that she gives, it's at max rank is like 93%, cannot be understated. It's stupidly high. And she has like pairings and everything. Leona is one of those that you might eventually just reset. Like, all of these are just skill books that you could have probably saved. Because we haven't used Dola in a long time. Dorothy is not worth the investment too much for now. I wouldn't bother too much with that. Volume is a super hyper luxurious investment, so I wouldn't bother investing any further into her. Also, kind of a shame that you wasted some skill books on her S1 because it's really pointless as a thing, but only level 4 is not worth it to reset either. Maddie is one of those that you're going to want to invest into eventually. 7s across the board initially, and then burst skill to level 10. The attack damage buff that she gives is also really big. Really, really big, and helps a lot for Solar Raid indexing. And that about covers them. So priority list, for now for your investments, I would probably say, let's see. I would probably say get Scarlet Black Shadow up and running. Like S2 to level 7 is your highest priority on at the moment. After that, either you can finish up Scarlet Black Shadow, or you could finish up your Cinderella, probably. Ludmilla Winter Owner is one of those that you could do it for indexing towards the Water Week solo raid, but it feels kind of like a really short-sighted way of investing. I would probably get the cooldown reductions up and running at the very least. So once I'm done with, like, getting your cooldown reductions up and running is going to be huge for you. Like, getting these to level 10 is going to be huge, because you're going to be able to run the CDR. So that you can just rotate completely on cooldown. Let me think. Oh yeah, Red Hood burst level 10 for sure. Or at least closer to level 10. So Scarlet Black Shadow, definitely finish her up. After you finish Scarlet Black Shadow, you can up Red Hood a little bit. After that, you can up your cooldown reduction skills on Rouge and the Killer Wife. You also wait before Red Hood level 10. Actually, you wanna get your Cinderella to level 10. So it's gonna be Scarlet Black Shadow into Cinderella, Cinderella S1 and Burst. After that, you're gonna probably try to get your cooldown reductions up and running on Rouge and the Killer Wife. After that, you're gonna get your Red Hood up and running with her Burst specifically. After which, you're probably going to get your Summer Anise S1 up and... I mean, no, it's fine. Level 8 is fine. At least for now. After that, you're probably gonna try to get things like Naga a little bit more up and... Like Nagatia a little bit more up and running. And also Maddie specifically a little bit more up and running. Like getting that burst to level 7 is going to be huge for you. Maddie, burst to level 7. Nagatia, you can get like level 7s. Like level 7 on the S1. And like you could go 7-7. Like skill 1 or burst. Like you could go 7s across the board actually. Beyond that, oh yeah, definitely also get your Grave up and running. At least the burst to like level 7 would be really nice. Damage dealer wise, once you're done with Cinderella, Scarlet Black Shadow, and Red Hood, let's see. You could probably get Ludmilla Winter Owner a little bit higher, like get some 7s here, but that would be very specifically for the Water Week solo raid rather than long-term, like super long-term investments. Was there anything that I found like completely in this repair? I think that should cover it, at least for now. You can always ask me in books farming while rerolling. The latter is more frustrating to grind. Yeah, I think books is way more thingy. If I can type it, it would be nice. I mean, let me just type it out for you, Lyra. You're taking Notepad right now. I mean, technically, the VOD is also going to be up on my YouTube channel, but let's see. Like this. So Scarlet Black Shadow S2 to level 7. After that, you're probably like this. You're probably gonna want the Killer Wife. Then you're going to want to what was it? Hold on. Where's your leader? Because I just remembered that your leader was in disrepair as well. Like this. And then after this, I'm just typing it out for you, Lyra. Let's see. So we have that, we have that. Let's see. So after that, so we have these. Oh yeah. Let's see. Let's see. What was your Naga at? Now that I need to remember that. This is fine. TIS 127. Cindy, Red Hood. And then Quincy, Escape Queen. There we go. Yeah, welcome back, Sineka. There we go. This should give you already like a huge thing. On top of all the things that I said during the account review, this should help you a lot. Okay, so that should about cover everything, I think. Do you have any questions, Lyra? Like any doubts, any questions, anything that that may have confused you, or anything that could help you out? Let's see. There we go. So we're not in ads either. Honestly, I just hope you get the books. That's just like the song here, Adios le pido, that I have more books. Like you can add that to the prayer. Adios le pido que el juego me dé más libros. Luz de tu mirada yo. Adios le pido.
一緒に花見でもどうだ?
Okay, so I'll be out of your account now and we'll go on to the next account review. Parade Yep. Instead of gems, we get books from CD keys. That would be so huge. Like, 100 gems is fucking... Like, I don't even bother redeeming some of the CD keys. But if they gave us, like, 30 books... Like, 30 books, 50 books, like, even if it's just blue books, I would redeem them on... I would redeem all of them religiously. That's how much I value books over gems. How long is the list now? That is what I'm exactly looking into. So, Saineko, you're actually up next. So, if you could DM me as well. So list-wise, we have Saineko, Cookie, Heyday, and that's about it for like some of the legit ones. After that, we would have Tuni. Ooh, Tuni is gonna be a long one. If Bro is still here, that's gonna be a long one and a really in-depth one because his account is really super hyper optimized. No, not Heidi. There is Heyday, but yeah. So Saineko, if you could DM me, your email, that would help a lot. And yeah, Lyra's account review is done. I am completely out of your account. Message request. Accept DM. Oh, you don't need to give me the password, but I mean, I guess I'll just make use of it now. The way I usually do it is that I have there is like the one-time password tokens from Level Infinite, but this works. Are you on Global by any chance? This looks like someone that would be on Global. Free email, let's go. So Saineko, there we go. Account review. Saineko. Global, yep. Okay. Looking at the email, I had a feeling, but I just needed to confirm. Let's just put it that way. Looking at the specific like domain of the email, I was like, yep, that's gonna be on Global. Yeah, how's it going, Minioplay? How's the weekend been treating you? I need to keep eating some of my homemade wonton soup. Tonight's dinner is homemade wonton soup. With actual homemade dumplings from scratch. That was a pain in the ass to assemble. It's basically a soup, yeah. It's a dumpling soup. I'd like to trade my lasagna for one dumpling. Ooh, I would like me some lasagna too. Dumplings can be a little bit of a pain to assemble, but it's not that bad. Like, you can just cook the you can just make the filling, put it in the thing, and just kind of like press it. Even if it looks ugly, it just works out. But yeah, like, I hadn't had wonton soup in a long time. I was like, yep, gotta have some. Gotta have some. Let's see. Feeling good. Did enjoy your birthday and finally returned to Nika. Nice. Oh, happy birthday! Happy belated birthday, Mediopoli. I hope you had a bunch of fun with during your birthday, and welcome back to Nikke. Okay, so Saineko, sync level 339. So The main question would be, what is there's something stupid with AA if no one minds? I mean, go for it, Cookie. It's there for a reason. As long as you don't do anything against the TOS of Twitch, you're completely fine. Let's just go for it. Gear advice. For what? For solo raid, union raid, campaign push? Like, how do I put it? Like, what are you struggling with right now that you would want some help with? That way the advice will be geared towards helping your progression in that specifically. How am I doing? Pretty tired. But I've been enjoying my stuff too. Hard mode, okay. Okay, so for hard campaign push specifically. So let's just look at where you're sitting at. Because I would assume that you're mostly done with normal campaign, right? Never mind, I guess not. At 339, you should be mostly done. Yeah, so you're on Blue CP on normal. You should have the easiest time of your life against this behemoth. So let's just look at your hard campaign. So hard campaign at chapter 16 hard, you should have an easy time here. Not really far. No, that's completely fine. But are you on mobile or are you I'm going to ask this one, right? Are you on mobile or are you on PC? Because that could change a little bit since you're on the more casual side of things. You seem to be on the more casual side of things, so I could like make you a team here that is like more mobile friendly. Because for example, I don't know if like, do you know how to play Alice? For example, ooh, that's a really invested Alice. S2, you don't need to go this far, by the way, on Alice. But if I'm on work, mobile sometimes. Okay, so you play on both. Okay. Okay, so the advice will be geared towards. So for example, you already have Alice S1 at level 10. Your Scarlet Black Shadow is just gonna tier a new one into everything that moves in your campaign push. Like what's gonna end up happening is that most of the time you could use Red Hood tech. It's a learning curve initially, but it's not a very steep one. So Red Hood tech, let me just showcase this for you. What could I put? I mean, I could put Naga technically. I'm just going to demonstrate to you what Red Hood tech is. And just so that you know how to play it and how to pilot that. Let me just change some cubes real quick. Definitely level up your cubes, by the way, because that's gonna save you a lot of grief in general. It's going to save you a lot of grief if you level up your cubes. Resilience and Bastion specifically. So now, your Alice is not, like, full overloaded. You might want to do that. If you have, like, the rocks and everything, just full overload her. Get those 2 lines of charge speed and whatnot. But now, if you go into... if you go into hard campaign and you want to use, like, the Red Hood tech... what you're gonna end up doing, right, is... You see that Red Hood is being used as a burst one exclusively here. So what's gonna wind up happening is that Scarlet Black Shadow is just gonna rip a new one into everyone. And normally... Okay, so at least until you reach red CP, she's just gonna tear a new one into everyone. Like, just like that. But once you start reaching at deficits... she's not going to clear that easily. So what's going to end up happening, I'm going to try to just showcase it here. Will the AI recognize Amin if I put your Twitch username? Yeah, should absolutely know. She has the context for it. I spent quite a few hours building that AI. So let's imagine you have your Scarlet Black Shadow just rip a new one into the enemies. Right? And now And now your Red Hood burst runs out, right? Okay, I'm gonna build the burst here. So let's imagine you're at a higher deficit and you already used your burst, like you use your 2 bursts, right? Like you did your thing, you killed everything. Well, what you're gonna do is you're gonna leave one of these things alive, specifically. And you're going to stall out because this thing doesn't attack you. It only, and there is similar raptors like that don't attack you or that do so little damage you can kind of ignore them, even at very high deficits. And that is part of what we call the Red Hood tech, is that by stalling like this, fuck, where can I hit? Over here. By stalling like this, you can kind of wait out for your Red Hood cooldown to come back. And once it comes back, you're ready to just receive them with a third Red Hood buffed full burst of Scarlet Black Shadow or whatever Nika you're using with the tech. And you're going to be able to rip a new one into all of the enemies. But yeah, so the Red Hood tech is going to be useful on many stages outside of boss stages and some very specific campaign stages that are 4 steps instead of 3 steps or 2 steps. What I mean by 4-step, 3-step, or 2-step is that the raptor spawns whenever you kill a certain amount of raptors. You will notice that when you're pushing campaign, they sometimes have like these weird breaks where they stop spawning. That's 1 step. You clear all of that shit out, a new wave spawns, and then stop spawning new raptors. That's a 2nd step. Now, some stages have 2 steps, meaning that you clear 1 wave, the next wave is the boss wave. Some stages have what we call 3 steps, which is you clear 2 waves and then the boss spawns. And some have like these weird points where it's basically 4 steps because you clear a wave, you clear a 2nd wave, you clear a 3rd wave, and then finally the boss spawns, or they have like weird points that force you to do it in 4 full burst rotations instead of 3. Or instead of 2 when it comes to Red Hood tech. I don't know if it makes sense what I just explained. I can re-explain it if that wasn't like very clear because I know it sounds super weird. But basically you can think of how many full burst rotations and wave clears of the Red Hood burst 1 plus a B3 as steps. And the number of steps will determine whether or not you can use Red Hood tech. If it's 2 steps or 3 steps, you can use Red Hood tech. If it's 4 steps, it's basically not doable because Red Hood has a 40-second cooldown after her first reset. So whenever she bursts, she has this ability that whenever she uses her burst 1 for the first time, it will reset its cooldown, unless you use the burst 3. When you use the burst 2 for the first time, it will reset the cooldown of her burst, unless you use the burst 3 right after. As a result, what you can do with Red Hood is burst 1, then the next time you can burst 1 again, and after that 2nd burst, the next one will be, you'll have to wait 40 seconds for the cooldown. And that's what determines the usability of the steps, because you can stall once, but you cannot stall twice 40 seconds. Especially on campaign push or boss fighting. So yeah, Red Hood tech, your Red Hood is completely built out and decked out, so you're kind of good to go on that front. If you can take the time to learn how to use Alice and play her manually, it's going to be a huge boon for your account. Scarlet Black Shadow having her built is a huge... Ooh, that's over-invested as well. You could have stopped at level 7 here. Those are going to be a huge boon for your account when it comes to campaign pushing. Scarlet Black Shadow, Alice, Leader, of course. The other one that is going to be huge for pushing, more than Leader, is going to be Rappy Red Hood. You want to get her to 10s across the board. Like, Rappy is one of those that you actually want to get to 10s across the board. In your case, I would start by getting skill 1 to, I believe it was level 8. Let me just double check to be sure, because I did give that advice recently in my own Discord. I just need to double check. I think it was level 8. Let me check. And the reason why you can stop at level 8 initially is because essentially you want to get her S1, her skill 1, to the point where the cooldown reduction is 7 seconds. So somewhere in here you will see cooldown of burst skill down by 5.34. You want to get this to at least 7. So that's going to be around skill level 8, I believe. And then you can start investing into skill 2. Skill 2 is her personal damage skill. It's the one that will allow her to do a lot of damage as a burst 3 Nikke, but even as a burst 1 Nikke, she will do a lot of damage. And of course, her burst skill, you want to get it to level 10 because that is a huge burst ability. Like, this thing is going to be huge. So you could go like 8, 7, 7, 8, 10, 10, etc. And then eventually 10, 10, 10. The reason why she's so good is that unlike Leader, you don't have the ramp up when you're using her as a burst 1. So for campaign push, she's going to be huge. And her own personal damage is really big too. Sorry in advance. Yeah, no worries. Don't worry about it. So yeah, definitely invest in your Rapier Red Hood. That's going to be a huge thing for you too. Burst 2 wise, you want to have Crown. You have her at 10s across the board. That's good. Once you have like those key Nikkes invested for campaign push, you're kind of good-ish to go. Naga is one of those that you want to invest
Cookie
as well.
Lena asked me, can you give
What the fuck?
Alian AK a explanation of Goddess of Victory Nika, as if you were GLaDOS, who's making remarks towards
Good old
Alian
GLaDOS. Oh, that's a
AK,
good
similar
one.
to how GLaDOS does in Portal and Portal 2. Goddess of Victory Nika, a game where
Does
humanity
GLaDOS know?
clings to hope against overwhelming odds. Much
Does
like
GLaDOS
how
know what
Aliani
Nika is, though?
AK clings to their viewership, despite questionable choices. In this dystopian world,
Oh my
players
God.
command scantily clad androids, which I suppose is fitting, considering humanity's last hope is as frail as your gaming skills. But don't
Oh my
worry,
God.
Alian, even a broken algorithm can win, if enough attempts are made.
Oh my god. Wait, GLaDOS knows what Nikke is. That's surprising. God damn. Yeah, GLaDOS is super brutal, by the way, for those who didn't know. Oh my god. Yes, God for trash talking Navy. Jesus. So yeah, Naga is one of those that you want. Jesus, I'm struggling to focus now because of that one. Fucking GLaDOS, man. Oh, that was a burn and a half. But she also knows what Nikke is. That's surprising. You got 10, 7, 9 SBS. Oh, that's good. So now you can start working on something other than your SBS Lyra then. Because that last level up on your burst skill is going to be very helpful. Eventually, you're going to want to have it. But you can kind of shift those resources into other stuff that will give you more bang for your buck when it comes to consumption of skill books. So yeah, like Naga is one of those as well that you want to invest into, especially her S1. So you can start with like 744 and then eventually work your way to her skill 1 at level 10. The reason for that, again, is because of the incredible core damage bonus that she gives. For campaign push, she's part of the staple teams that you can use. So when you're talking specifically campaign push staple teams, there is Alice plus Red Hood. There is Alice plus Scarlet Black Shadow. There is like the Red Hood as a B1, what's it called? As a B1 buffer. There is the Rapier Red Hood as a B1. You could theoretically go even like Red Hood as a B1, what's it called? You could even go like Leader B1 buffer, Rapier Red Hood, and Alice, technically. Although D-Killer Wife would most of the time be a little bit better in that front. The only thing you need to focus on D-Killer Wife is her skill 2 to get that cooldown reduction. Once you... Jesus Christ, that line. Wait, I forgot that she had that line. The fuck? I think it
脱い
was...
だ服は私が預かります
I forgot she had that line. Give me your clothes. Okay, so beyond getting sidetracked, Naga is going to be very helpful. Like, let's just put some teams together. So, Crown is a mainstay. Straight up is a mainstay in the roster. Alice for campaign pushing, if you can play her manually well enough, she's a mainstay in campaign pushing, straight up. After that, you can have things like this, right?
作戦に参加します
So you can have things like this, which is Alice and Red Hood for Pierce, for stages where you really need to just either hit multiple targets that are a priority in line, or that you want to kill like specific priority targets. The other one is Alice with Scarlet Black Shadow, of course, where you would basically have like Scarlet Black Shadow just absolutely annihilate shit, but it's for stages where you cannot do Red Hood tech.
どこへでも
And the final one would be like Red Hood tech with these. And you could replace with Leader as well if needed be for stages where you cannot afford to, where there's like a cover thing, like let's say Nihilister, right? So for Nihilister, you would run something like this.
この服で行けって
And hell, you could even run something like with with regular Privity, but
私をお望みですか
that's like besides the point, because Naga is not all that good versus Nihilister. You would have like some specific
私
shit
をお
for
望み
that.
ですか
But if you have like stages or bosses that require you cover recovery, you could go with that.
お祭
Of
り
course,
ってもう
Naga
終わ
always
りな
cover
の
recovery, has cover recovery too. But like this would be another one. This would be one of those. You could go with something like this, etc. In your case, I would probably start by focusing on this one, on this team comp, so that you have a lot of flexibility. Because afterwards, like for example, let's say you're on a Fire Week stage, I don't think you have. Oh, you do have Asuka, so you will eventually invest into Asuka. But since you're going to already invest into Rapier Red Hood because of her B1 capabilities, let's say there's some fire stages that you want to deal with, you could do something like this. Or you could also have the flexibility of doing something
ど
like
こで
this.
もあなたにお供します
Rapier Red Hood is the most flexible choice. Naga is a mainstay in staple comps for pushing campaign. And yeah. Like, once you complete these, you'll be good to go for campaign pushing for quite a while.
輝いて美しい私のために
Naga 1044 is one of those that you could do, yeah. You could start with 7, but definitely, like, S1 level 10 is something. Priority-wise, Rapier Red Hood is your highest priority here when it comes to skills. When it comes to overloads, your highest priority is Alice at the moment. And after that, so you already have a Crown built. You already have Scarlet Black Shadow kinda-ish built. At least for where your account is currently sitting at. So Alice full overload, highest priority. Rapier Red Hood getting S1 to level 8 is one of your highest priorities. And then skilling up her burst skill and S2. As high as you can, assuming that you also need to get Naga S1 high up. So it's going to be a balancing between these two. But Rapi is absolutely mandatory and highest priority for you. Skill 1 to level 8. That is like your minimum stopping point on that. After that, you can start working on Naga. You can start working on Rapier Red Hood burst as well. Once you're done with those two, so Alice overload lines, Rapier Red Hood skills, Naga skill 1, you can start working on something like D-Killer Wife on her cooldown reduction skill, so you have some more flexibility in some cases. After that, well, for campaign push, that's kind of going to be it. You're going to work on overload lines and whatnot, and then you're just going to mix and mash whatever is necessary for the different segments that you're in. because it's going to be stage specific. But if you get these fundamentals that I mentioned down, you'll be good to go. Does the VOD automatically go to YouTube after I finish? No, I uploaded myself, but basically you will have it within the hour after my stream, probably. Unless I forget to do it, in which case it will be on the following morning, so 8 hours after the stream, or something like that. Generally, it's like 1 hour after the stream, the VOD is up. But it just depends on whether or not I forget to press upload from Twitch to YouTube. But yeah, that should about cover for campaign push. Now, Cinderella, you kind of want to get... Oh, wait, you already have her up. Never mind. Okay, no, you're good to go, I guess, for campaign push. Do you have any questions, Saineko? Gonna go back to it after the stream is done and look at OL things. Yeah. I would recommend also looking at what I'm recommending to other people, because there might be some things that are applicable to your account that you might want to keep in mind for future reference. It's as you say, everything I wanted to know. Okay, that's good to know. I'm glad to have been of help, Saineko. But yeah, like if it's specifically for campaign push, that's like the advice that I can give you in the current state of your account. Now, in the future, you will want to invest into things like Asuka and Ain, for example, for some more specific stuff in campaign push. Same for Summer and Nice. Like you have, and same for Rouge. But that's like a little bit more far off in the future, so I would recommend to you to join my Discord and just ask for advice as you get deeper into the game. Because at the moment, you are pretty early in the game, all things considered. So chapter 16, it would be a little bit ridiculous to tell you to invest into Ain for Electric Week, because you're not going to really encounter that stupid wall of electric that is Crystal Chamber until like fucking chapter 28 or something. So as you progress, I would recommend just also asking for advice in my Discord, but at least for where you're currently standing at, that would be it. But yeah, then if you don't have any questions, I'll be out of your account for now, and we'll move on to the next one. Hope this helps you as much as possible. So Saineko is done. So now it's Kukilina. So Kukilina, if you're still here, manifest yourself. Rip audio. Wait, is it Spotify that is ripping? If you could DM me your email, that would be very helpful. Rip audio. Let's see. Is it better now? For the account review, it just send you the email and nothing else. Yep, that's all I need. Assuming that you have a level infinite, assuming that your account is connected to level infinite, yeah, you're good to go with that. There we go. So Kukilina is up next. Let's see. So I'm assuming this is on global as well then. Looking at the email. It does sound better, but for how long? I just need to figure out how to fix that permanently, though. And the code has been sent, Cookie. So all you need to do is send me back that one-time token that has been sent to your email. Oh, you're from Mia's community. That's funny. Oh, try not to put those in. It's fine because they don't know your email, but try not to put those in chat. It is on global, right? It's fine because they don't know your email, but do be careful with that because that's literally a one-time token password. So it's better to send those in DMs. Global. Okay, noted. get the daily coin login. Tempted to do account review, but mine's all over the place. I mean, it's completely fine, Ruby. If you redeem it now, I might be able to squeeze it in on Monday, depending on how many are left over. Because clearly I'm not going to be able to finish them all tonight. So I'm probably going to just squeeze a bunch of them on Monday, but the redeem is going to be disabled next week onwards for the free one. Fear it'd be okay if no one knows the email. Yeah, that's... It's just that, personally, it stresses me out a little bit. Because... you know... It feels a bit risky. So, for what specifically do you want the account review for, Cookie? Just so that I know what to orient my advice towards. Because, depending on what you want to focus on in the game, it will shift the advice in certain directions, as you have seen with some of the other account reviews. Let's see. So you're... Oh, yeah. 100% from Mia's community. It's been a while. I haven't watched Mia's streams. Been too busy on my side of things. Definitely gonna watch some of the Babinikas more. But yeah, so let's see. So Cookie... towards what do you want this advice to be geared towards? Solo raid, union raid, campaign push, something specific. Just need to push stories, so still curious if I could improve somewhere. Okay. So you're super early in... Ooh, okay, interesting. Chart speed here and chart speed here. Wait, your Alice has 2 lines of chart speed. Wait. Do you... Okay, quick question, Cookie, because I know that you're like a significantly newer player. Do you play on mobile on PC? And do you know how to... do you know how Alice works? Like, I have those 2 questions for you. Hope it doesn't overwhelm you, but like, this is actually quite relevant here, funnily enough. This is actually very relevant. Because if you play manual and if you play like on PC, it works on mobile as well, but let me just showcase you what I mean. Let me just showcase you something with your Alice, right? Is Rapid Red Hood built? Oh, she's built. Okay, good. Okay, that's good enough. That's not built, so probably gonna put this then. Yoink. That's fine. Ooh, if there was like slightly more. Okay, that's fine though. Let's just go like this. It's not gonna be exactly infinite ammo, but it's gonna be really funny. PC, you don't really have mobile that can run Nikke. Okay, oh, that's gonna be even better. How to use Alice. She was built because she was just the best unit you had at the start. Use her a lot in the beginning. Well, luckily for you, Cookie, Alice is legit one of the best Nikkes in the game. Like, straight up. So, what ends up happening with Alice and what you accidentally created by having that charge speed, we're missing a little bit of that... Okay, so I'm going to do something that I shouldn't, but I'm going to put it so that you can have an idea by... because your Alice doesn't have ammo lines, so... I'm just going to showcase this by doing something slightly different. Was Admi's reload speed off burst or on burst? I don't remember. It was on burst. So what ends up happening with Alice, because you have put those 2 lines of charge speed, you can now do what we call the quick scoping Alice. So technically, once you get some lines of ammunition, it's going to be even better. But to give you an idea, do I have anything that could increase the reload speed a little bit further? Because otherwise I can just showcase it as is, I guess. You don't have Noir, do you? No, you don't. Oh yeah, you do have Noir. Okay.
しに行くん
We
で
can
すか
kind of make we can kind of showcase this way. Yo, Onyx, how's it going? Don't have too much time, so most of the time you're doing auto in the background while working. Okay. Why do we always talk charge speed? It's been a while, Onyx. So here's the thing, right? With Alice, when you have her skills up, you have 11.67 charge speed here. And you have 80% charge speed here whenever herself bursts. So it puts you at like 91% charge speed plus. With those two lines of charge speed that you have on your overload gear, this pushes you to nearly 100% charge speed. The reason why this is important for Alice is that when she bursts, you want to squeeze in as many hits as possible during her full burst to do as much damage as possible, because each auto attack is buffed so much with the attack and the speed at which she shoots. So what ends up happening is that there's this rhythm where you press long enough to register a hit, release, and immediately go on to the next one.
こうやって
And when done quickly, it kind of looks like this. You probably see me do that a lot during the
で
streams,
きたらもう一
and it kind of looks like that, right?
回隠れたよ
Now, during the burst, what this allows is to do something silly like this,
一緒には
where you're going to be shooting like super freaking quickly all of these bullets and do a lot of damage. And this is huge because you can push so much damage in such a short amount of time that it will help you a lot for pushing and for killing bosses.
幸運のウサギって言えますよね
So that's kind of like why I was asking where you kind of stand at when it comes to how you play the game, because that's a very manual heavy playstyle. Now, even if you don't manual Alice, I see that I spot a Scarlet Black Shadow here. Scarlet Black Shadow is one of those that just eats content alive because of how strong she is. She is top 3 of the damage dealers in Nikke. And the thing about her is that her attacks are kind of AoE. I say kind of because it's distributed damage. So she's going to do a hit that is going to do a certain amount of damage, and it's going to be divided across all the enemies on the screen. The thing is, you can make her hit so hard that it doesn't matter that the hits are divided across the screen, because she's just going to kill everything anyways. And her best pair is actually Alice. So you already have essentially a team that could probably auto the living crap out of campaign for a very long time. If you have mana, you could kind of get away with not using Alice too, if you prefer even more auto-friendly. But that would require investing somewhere in here. Where the hell is it? Yeah, this one. That would require investing into this one specifically. And getting it to like level 10. Whereas your Alice is already invested, so it's kind of pointless. So in your case, what you could do, and it would just auto even more smoothly than the team that you currently have, is to basically
ラジャー
just
作戦に
put
参加します
this core team, essentially. This is the core team. You could have, also, you have Naga as well, and you have her invested from what I see. She's invested enough. Now, you would want to invest a little bit further into her skill 1 eventually. But she, as far as you are in the game, she is invested enough.
今日は何の授業
So you have basically one of the core teams that destroys campaign at the highest level of the game. Actually, try without really knowing if you could. But seeing you do it, I assume I need practice. A little slow with motorics due to a disability. Yeah, I understand that there is a lot of players with disabilities, so there is also that issue, and that's also why I ask on that regard. Now, what is interesting is that in your case, you're still going to destroy campaign even if you go on full auto. Now, you could go Rappy
作戦に参加
as a
します
burst 1, or you could go Red Hood as a burst 1, depending on the stages. This is what I was explaining as well earlier to what's it called? To Saineko. So what I was explaining to Saineko is that with Red Hood, you can just destroy the stages by buffing with Red Hood. Or you could just destroy the stages by just rotating normally with Rappy. Now, this would require you to invest into Scarlet Black Shadow. Gear-wise, you would just kind of like, you know, equip whatever you have at hand. But it's more the skills that you would need to invest into her. So this is going to be like a long-term building goal for you because you're kind of early in the game. Is you're going to want to get you're going to want to get her to like 7s across the board. Like this is for you at the stage where you're in the game, this is going to be kind of like your long-term goal. Getting her to 7s across the board. If you do get the chance to get skill reset books, I would recommend you reset Alice and you only leave skill 1 and burst skill at level 10. And skill 2, you leave it at level 4. The reason for that is that skill 2 is just a leech ability that she gains when she drops below 80% HP. And most of the time, she's basically almost never, that's almost never going to happen. You're currently on campaign 27 on normal. Okay. Now, if you manage to build this team in the sense that even if you get just Scarlet Black Shadow to 7s across the board and you equip her with gear, you're already going to be at a point where you're just going to destroy the campaign. And because Scarlet Black Shadow just cleaves in AoE, it's even more auto-friendly in the sense that technically, even if you don't manual Alice, you can kind of get away with it. Your Rappy Red Hood is also built, so you could also go with things like this. This also works out. Or you could even go with things like this, and this is super friendly towards, especially if you have like a physical disability, this is super friendly. Because all you have to do is kind of like hold down Red Hood, and the burst will just kind of kill stuff. You don't have to do the mechanical things that Alice needs. And Rappy Red Hood is an MG, so you can just hold the left click and you'll still be good to go. Now, I personally would recommend building this team just for the fact that it will annihilate everything in its path. And since you're at like chapter 27, I believe the boss is Wind Weak, so Scarlet Black Shadow is even going to turn it into food more easily. Oh wait, that's hard campaign. So normal campaign here. That's actually what you run in campaign? Yeah, that makes... Oh wait, no, chapter 27 is after Mimic Cage, huh? Oh yeah, this boss. Oh, this one is... This dude is a genuine annoyance. He's kind of a nuisance. But yeah, so Scarlet Black Shadow is just going to turn everything into food if you skill her up. If you get her like at 7s across the board at your level, you're just going to chunk everything into non-existence. And you'll kind of be fine in that front. So that's probably like your main goal at the moment is like build up your Scarlet Black Shadow and what's it called? And eventually build up your Rappy, but it's like first build up your Scarlet Black Shadow to 7s across the board. Once you have Scarlet Black Shadow at 7s across the board, you can start focusing on her skill 1 and try to get it more to level 10. And then eventually you'll also work on the burst skill. After that, you're kind of just going to work slowly on your Rappy Red Hood, and you will have your like campaign team more or less. Oh yeah, and also work on Red Hood, especially the burst skill. Also get so. What's going to happen is you're going to get 7s across the board on Scarlet Black Shadow. Eventually, you're going to get her skill 1 to level 10, and her burst skill as close as possible to level 10. Then Red Hood, you're just going to get the burst skill to level, like 7s across the board, and then burst skill to level 10. And you'll be good to go for a very long time. Like you'll be really good to go for quite a while. As a matter of fact, because then you're going to work on overload gear, and once you get like some overloads on all of these Nikes, they're just gonna annihilate campaign. Glad you got Scarlet Black Shadow, but you got her on your last 10 pull. Oof. Well, at least you got her. So that's the important thing. Don't try to manual Scarlet Black Shadow because she's really annoying to manual. Even for veteran players, she's really, really annoying to manual. And generally speaking, we have this inside joke that the AI manuals Scarlet Black Shadow better than any top player ever could. Well, rolling for higher ammo, Alice, you got another blue LM roll. Jesus, nice. That's really nice, Lyra. You're gonna have to lock that then. But yeah, that's probably like what's going to help you the most. The other thing that will help your account the most is getting... Like, this is very common. It's like getting your cubes up. So, commonly I see a lot of people hoard these needlessly. Get the batteries to upgrade your cube, like your Bastion and Resilience. Those two cubes are absolutely... they're absolutely amazing for pushing content. All the other ones, you can kind of soft ignore them. Quantum, if you're a PvP enjoyer, is really good. And to some extent, Adjutant Cube as well, if you're a PvP enjoyer. But, like, the main ones that you need to level up are Bastion and Resilience. Like, those are the two. Once you get these two to, like, level 7, level 8, roughly, they're going to be maxed out in the abilities that they give. So right now, you see that it only reloads 2 rounds, but... if you go to level 7 or level 8, it's going to reload 3 rounds per 10. And that's going to be a huge difference. Same here. You see that it's 22%. It's going to go to like 29%. Or something like that. So it's going to be huge. Yeah, it's going to be +1 ammo per 10. The thing is, when you hear 3 ammo per 10, most people think that it's 30% ammo refund. The mathematical reality of it is actually 40-something% ammo refund, which is huge for Bastion Cube. But yeah, you've been leveling your cubes, but never been sure which to prioritize since you're trying to focus on getting to the end of hard campaign in the end. So the ones that you need to focus the most are Bastion and Resilience. Those are like the 2 ones that you need to focus on the most. Resilience is more universal, in the sense that every Nikke wants reload speed. So it's a safe bet to level up Resilience. But some Nikkes, like Scarlet Black Shadow, like Cinderella, like Rappy Red Hood. Red Hood, if you have 1 line of ammo, for example, as well. Modernia, and many other Nikkes, they value more Bastion. Whereas some Nikkes actively want to avoid Bastion. So, for example, Dorothy, you actively want to avoid putting anything ammo-related on her. So Resilience is her go-to. The reason for that is that she has a last bullet mechanic. When she fires her final bullet, that is when her ability triggers. So anything like Bastion or Max Ammo will delay that. So Resilience and Bastion are like the 2 that you really want to focus on. But yeah, I think that should be a good start. I don't know if you have access to my Discord. Let me just put it. Let me just. Wait, what? Hold on. Let me just grab my Discord. It shouldn't be too difficult. I'll just grab my Discord off my stream. There we go. I need to shut myself up because I cringe at my own voice. It's in my panels anyways, but here's my Discord. If you ever need advice or anything, you're gonna... Oh, Stream Elements is finally back. Wait, what? Wait, Stream Elements finally woke up. Long TLDR, if you're MG, don't have long enough max ammo or oil lines, rest cube. But if you have enough max ammo line infinite, go Bastion. Yeah, pretty much. Like, that's a good way to sum it up, as Onyx said. But yeah, if you ever need like some extra advice, that will you can always ask on my Discord. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask Cookie. a few away from Cinderella S1 level 10. I mean, you don't need to go like strictly all the way to level 10, but definitely would help you to get as close as possible. You're stuck at Tribe Tower 120 at the moment. Had some confusion about one of the anomaly bosses. Okay, so let me just check. So Tribe Tower 120, is it? Oh, you mean 170, right?
仮想環境のセット完了
Or which one was it? Oh, nice. Okay, Lyra. Nice. Stuck on Tribe Tower 170. Okay. Oh, it's Modernia. Okay.
仮想環境のセット完了
So first and foremost, Modernia is just straight up Scarlet Black Shadow food because it's wind weak. But there is a few things that you can keep in mind when fighting Modernia. So let me just go into it real quick.
実行します
So first thing first, the boob attack. When you see Modernia's boobs, you skip the cutscene. What this will do is your Nikes will focus naturally the core. So if I didn't do that, they wouldn't be focusing it. Second of all, you want to break that core as soon as you can. Because if you don't break it in time, she's going to laser beam like that. Which is a problem. Right? If she beams like that, that's kind of going to be annoying. Now, you technically don't need to reset if she only beams once, but if she gets the time to beam multiple times, it's going to be a problem. So again, we're gonna wait out for Modernia to show her boobs. And now we are just going to kill the core.
残念だったなここまでだ学生の
So
本気を見せて
once you
あげ
kill the core, she's not going to be able to do her laser beams anymore. So what she's going to do is she's gonna spam those bombs, and her little guns are going to shoot. If you break both wings, what's going to happen is that she's going to start teleporting all over the place. So just as a showcase purpose, I'm going to showcase that real quick. If you break both wings, unless you break it at a specific timing, she's going to start teleporting all over the place. See?
すっごく楽だよ
So
待って
her teleportation when you don't break her wings is timing based and HP based. So when she hits a certain HP threshold or when the timer hits a specific timing,
リロードいたしますリロードです
is when that happens.
一番いい
Once she's back, she will have her core back up, which is also gonna be a problem if you don't want to die to the laser because of how quickly it goes out, right? Now, the first tick, you can kind of just block it with Crown Shield, but that's kind of something to keep in mind. Now, what you can do is basically break the core. I'm not going to make Cookie do the wing skip. So, oh wait, we have an ad break. Hold on. I'm going to wait out. Hold on. Let me just tell.
生死を分けるのは一瞬よ
Don't miss out. There we go. I'm not going to make... Oh, thanks a lot for the follow, much appreciated, Mouse Bear. Thank you, thank you. So, what's it called? I'm not going to make Cookie do the wing skip. Like, even I cannot get that consistently. Like, straight up. I know the wing skip. Even I cannot get it consistently. It's not an easy tech to do. Or at least it's not a timing that is easy to get on consistent. Something on your end, which is skipped ads on your end completely, including Twitch. Oh, okay, that's good. Then I can just continue explaining. So, we're gonna go again.
王国を脅かす者だ残念
We're just gonna go at it again. If you have an ad blocker, that's completely fine by me, by the way. I genuinely don't care if people use ad blockers. I hate ads just as much as the next person. So, you're gonna want to cover whenever she does the bombs.
さあ一番いいと
So
ころだ
whenever she's doing these bombs, you wanna cover before they hit.
無限の
Now, the other thing is, you don't want to break the wings too soon, so you're just going to delay as much as possible before starting to break the wings. Now, one of the advantages, for example, if you're running something like Rappy Red Hood as a burst rate, is that you have access to her explosions that will break the bombs. Now here, I'm going to lower Moderna's HP a little bit so that you can see what I mean. Well, I need to be careful so that... So we should be able to reach soon the timing or the HP threshold rather, where she's going to start teleporting. I think it's like 250 from what I remember. I could be wrong. But basically, you just want to keep her on this cycle for as long as you can before breaking her wings. Because once you break her wings, she's going to start teleporting. Oops, that was a mistake on my part. That was a big mistake on my part. But yeah, eventually, even timing-wise, she's going to hit that. To hit that part where she's going to start moving all over the place, regardless of regardless of how much regardless of how much like you delay this, eventually she's going to start flying back. I think it was like the 1 minute mark or something. Okay, I guess I'm Pepega as shit today. Should be soon though. Or was this only for the other one? It's not like he's subbed or anything. But yeah, Ali question. In the case I only get one CDR up to 10, which one would you choose? Well, here's the thing. D-Killer Wife has a little bit more flexibility in the sense that she goes into more teams. But Rouge is better in the sense that is good in the sense that you're upping your Cinderella a lot. If I could only get one, that's a rough choice. I would probably go D-Killer Wife though. Not enough DPS. Oh, she definitely has the DPS. I'm just holding back intentionally a lot to explain the mechanics. But yeah. So that's kind of like the overall idea of this boss. You break like you can also break a wing, by the way, earlier. Like you can break a wing. The thing is you don't want to break both wings. And after that, there will be like a few extra mechanics, but I'm scared that I will kill her for you by accident. So later on, she's still going to teleport regardless when she hits a certain HP threshold. And once you break the core again, you want to time your burst so that when she teleports back, she's going to teleport like top right, top left, bottom right, bottom left, and center, and then back to you. You want to break that core so that you can get laser beamed. And after a while, a little bit further, she will fall down. After which you're just going to have to break the core yet again and just kill her for good. And you said also that you had a question for an anomaly interception boss, correct? Enough damage after the rockets finish, you have to repeat the rockets again? Huh, interesting. From what I remember, it was HP threshold based, unless that was the snow version, like the snow version, the other Modernia version. But yeah, Cookie, which anomaly interception boss did you have a question for? Because I think that's that was like the other thing, right? It was Ultra. Ultra, this one. Or was it or Indivilla? Because Fire Weak is Indivilla, Ultra is Iron Weak. Oh, Indivilla, okay. Oh, Indivilla is one of those that is okay, so each and every of these anomaly bosses have elemental advantage damage bonus. So, for example, Indivilla is wind, right? So, fire will have an advantage over her, but she will absolutely fucking wreck your Iron Nikes. So, Crown can theoretically survive, but Leader is going to struggle a little bit. And at your sync level, they're just gonna get absolutely annihilated. Now, assuming that I can get to the shield, I'll be able to show you what I mean. Let's just put Alice here, just in case. D-Killer Wife, do you have her skilled up? No, you don't have her skilled up. Okay. Let's just go with this for now, and I'll just show you what I mean. Oh, Harvester? Oh, Huh? Wait, but Cookies said fire, so if you meant Harvester, then okay. Okay. If you meant Harvester, let's just go to Harvester. Okay, so if you meant Harvester, that's this one. So Harvester is Water Weak. So the thing about Harvester is that you want to have at least one Water Code Nike. So if you don't have any, that's going to be problematic. Or if you don't have any strong ones either. Folkwing is not a strong one, by the way. Folkwing is actually quite weak. Christmas Ludmilla is probably what you're going to default towards. And if you don't have you have a Quincy Escape Queen, so that's going to be like long-term in the future. Something to look into. Let's just put these. So if you don't have at least one Water Nikki, you're just gonna get absolutely shredded. Now you do have Rapier Red Hood somewhat invested. And you do have Red Hood somewhat invested. So we can go something like this for now. Harvester is indeed fire type. Oh yeah, that's true. I was thinking in terms of weaknesses, but it's true that Harvester is indeed fire type. But no worries, I'm also really terrible with names, Cookie. Okay, so there are some raptors that spawn that you need to be extra careful of. The head, you want to kind of blow it up as quickly as possible. It's a breakable part, but you want to also be careful with these raptors in the ground. Also, the laser beams, you can see who it targets. You can block it with the shield, but you gotta be careful with the fact that it's a multi-hit. The main thing that is going to cause you trouble, and when you said the shield, I assume that's what you meant, is what's gonna happen soon-ish. So it should be anytime soon. Oh, there goes my leader. I need to be a little bit more careful with the damage it inflicts on lower levels. It's fine though, we have Rapier Red Hood to serve as a backup. Oh wow, that actually fucking annihilated cover. Are we not getting the shield? Hello? Did I just misplay this too much? So it's just stupid not to have used any Water Nikas. So yeah, what ends up... Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, there it is. There. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo this. But yeah, so the the red shield that Harvester gets can only be pierced by Nikas that have an elemental advantage over it. So what will end up happening is that, what's it called? So what will end up happening is that if you don't have a water-coated Nika, you're not gonna be able to pierce the shield. Fuck off. Fucking Harvester, man. Okay, just gonna have to wait that out. There. I kinda hate fighting Harvester, honestly. Okay, there's the laser again. It's been a while, too, since I last fought this piece of shit. So, the shield that will pop up later is basically an elemental shield. So, elemental shields take the color of the element... they take the color of the... Fuck off, Harvester. Let me talk for a second, you stupid piece of shit. Oh my god. They take the color of the element that they take, so you have to keep in mind red means fire, and it means... and it also means... whoops. Red means fire, and it means that water-coated Nikas have advantage over it. And, what's it called? And for example, purple means that the enemy is electric-coated, meaning that it's iron that can pierce it, etc. We'll reload here. Oh, for the love of God. Okay. I should have saved the burst, but yeah, that's kind of the idea. Got 3 health bars down without a water Nika, so you know what happens. Okay. Yeah, it's got a bucket of money. Okay, I'm not gonna try this too long. I could probably get significantly more, but... Yeah, if you were asking about the colored shield, so for example, we can use Ultra as well, because Ultra actually pops it early. Ultra is a good example to showcase this. But yeah, it has a gun bucket of money. So those colored shields that you see, so the advantage of fucking Ultra is that it happens pretty freaking early. Okay, so you see this bubble? If I go to Ludmilla, you see that it's immune. If I go to Rappy, on the other hand, you'll see that she can actually do damage. So again, if I show it again, you never saw a shield on Ultra. Maybe you didn't notice it because you were manualing an iron-coated Nikke. Or maybe you're talking about the campaign one. Campaign Ultra doesn't have an elemental shield. Anomaly Interception and the solo raid version had an elemental shield. So again, you see here, immune, but Red Hood can pierce that, see? You see that I can do damage to it. Whereas, what's it called? Ludmilla could not do damage to it because, again, it's an elemental shield. It can only be pierced by Nikas that have elemental advantage. So yeah, that will be for every single Anomaly Interception boss. So, for example, Mirror Container will have is water-coated, so it will have a blue shield. So only electric-coated Nikas will be able to pierce that elemental shield. Kraken is weak to wind because it's iron-coated, so he will have his yellow shield, etc. You did the weak paints almost immediately each time. That's the way to go, honestly. As much as you can. Of course, there are some Nikas that you will have to use on what we call neutral, which is not elemental advantage, in combination with the others, but that's just like metagaming on the higher end. But yeah. Do you have any additional questions, Kukilina? Not at the moment. Okay. If you ever have any additional questions, don't hesitate to ask as well on my Discord. We love to help people out. As long as people are like willing to listen to advice, let's put it that way, we are more than willing to help people out. Yeah, let's look at the queue. So Kukilina is done. Kino has not manifested, and Caesar has not manifested in like 5 days, so that's unfortunate. Spoons already spoke to her, so that's kind of done. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, Ragna is kind of like a meme, so I'm not going. Ragna and Yami are kind of like memes, so I'm not counting them for real. So we have Kino Chuni, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 7. I'm not going to be able to finish them today, like no shot, since it's already almost 1 a.m. So what I'm going to do is the redeem is going to be disabled starting next week, since we already fulfilled the subathon reward of free account reviews for a week. But for all of those that did not get their account review just yet, I will do it on Monday. So Caesar, if he does manifest himself, we'll do it on Monday. Kino-kun, Tuni, Heyday, Kyle, Argonaut, Ruby Legacy. I'll do your account reviews for free on Monday. And hopefully we'll be done by then with all of the free account reviews and all of the queue. So yeah. I'll be sending you guys. Let me just see where I send you guys to. Hold on, I haven't even looked to where to send y'all. Let's see. Where should I send y'all? I guess I'll send y'all to Yesenia. So yeah, I'll be raiding out to Yesenia. I'll catch you guys on Monday, and yeah, I'll continue the final account reviews then. The redeem will be disabled, so there will be no new additions to the list. But at least I'll be able to fulfill you guys' account reviews. How's it going, Tycoon? You can cancel my redeem. No worries, I can do it on Monday. That's completely fine. But yeah, I'll catch you guys on Monday. And yeah, thanks all for sticking around. I hope these account reviews help you guys as much as possible. And yeah, don't forget to say like Ali and the raid and everything as we raid into Yesenia. She's super entertaining and really friendly. You guys will see. And she's also streaming Nikke, so you guys will not be out of Nikke just yet.